That's for Jacob.
Testing, 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 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
I don't think if we've actually set this part yet.
Yeah.
All right.
That's.
The rest of it.
Yeah. I guess you could use it for your closing.
Yeah.
They're on? Okay.
Are we live already? But wait, so
But it,
you have to hold it off, right?
like, I think I can still hear myself. Right? Anyway. Yeah, I never mess with them. If we need to talk, we can just go.
Yeah, although I did notice that, yeah, I was noticing yesterday that, you could, cause I was here, you could hear people chattering, peers chattering sometimes, through to Michael, that he seemed a lot more sensitive today for some reason. Maybe I brought it closer. Pretty sure that one can still pick me up, right? But I have to like hold two. Whatever.
Checking with Jake.
No. What does SS stand for?
Sales service.
Did you guys have any problems downtown last night? I heard there was disturbances.
We're right a block away, and this is pretty quiet here. So.
What kind of disturbances?
Young people. Pardon me? Oh, I'm sorry.
I heard a lot
Thanks.
of loud motorcycles, but I assume that's all part of the course.
Well,
Yeah.
police and flash mobs and things.
Oh, no,
Really?
I didn't know. Been hanging out at the wrong places.
Yeah.
Right? Legs are pretty sensitive.
judge in the Baltimore Circuit Court who used to appear before, and he always had the cameras on surreptitiously, and would, like, watch and listen in on the attorneys.
Okay. Can you hear me from here, Doug? Can you hear me from the mics from here, Doug? Or like vaguely? Or do you not? Or you haven't? Sorry, I was just curious. I was noticing yesterday, like, it felt a little low, so I don't know if they turned the mics up. Yeah. Or can like, am I like pretty loud from here? Yeah. I was just curious. 'Cause I remember I was watching the video, going over the video yesterday, and I noticed that like, that was like a little low, I think. And I don't know. It seems like they're higher, like louder now. So it seems like. Yeah, I know. Yeah, no, I'm just. I mean, I don't know if anybody's interested in me talking about the mic volume right now. Thanks. Agree with this. But then could you do both? Okay, good.
Well, if you're in services to provide, you're basically saying you're sending all the customers back to SMS.
Yeah.
SMS right away. So you're going to be collecting.
Right.
But basically, if you're going to allow them to do that, to continue to serve the customers that are serving, then you should order them to access and accounts.
Yeah.
You can later provide a refund, and there won't be a situation where the money won't be on hand to pay them.
Try that again.
Microphone check.
Sounded good.
You could clarify that. You could say.
I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, are you picking up the mics at council table?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that.
Are you picking up the mics at council table?
muffled?
Sounds like the answer is no then. Thank you.
Good morning. The commission will come to order in case number 9647 with respect to Sunsea Energy LLC. When we last left off, Sunsea had completed their direct examination of witness Jacob Adigwe. Before we begin with cross-examination, are there any matters to address this morning?
Your Honor, OPC would like to make a motion. OPC would like to make a motion for a ruling based on testimony evidence so far presented at this hearing. Request that the commission rule that Sunsea's marketing and enrollment activities during the complaint period constituted a pattern and practice of systemic violations of consumer protection laws and regulations, including a pattern of slamming, forgery, and identity theft in connection with the execution of supply contracts, and misrepresentations by sales and call center agents, such as false statements about the reason signatures were requested or why fields on the contract were left blank, the amount of time it would take to process drop requests, etc. These violations constitute just cause for sanctions and relief to be ordered under Public Utility Articles, Section 7507K. OPC believes that the delegation to the PULJ should focus on identifying classes of customers entitled to be returned to SOS and the amount of re-rates Sunsea should be directed to pay to them, the amount of a civil penalty sufficient to deter suppliers from engaging in similar conduct Sunsea has shown to be engaged in, and a revocation of Sunsea's licenses to supply electric and natural gas, or electricity and natural gas in Maryland. Furthermore, interim protections as set out in paragraph 4 of the notice are in the public interest. Specifically, the Commission should impose a moratorium on Sunsea from soliciting or enrolling additional customers in Maryland pending a final order in this case, and should immediately suspend Sunsea's license to provide electricity or electricity supply services and gas or gas supply services in order to protect current customers, and order Sunsea to deposit all its Maryland proceeds in excess of SOS rates into an interest-bearing escrow account pending final resolution.
Thank you. So your motion is asking for, if I got this right, revocation, suspension, return of all customers to SOS, refunds, and escrow in excess of the standard default service rate. Did I miss anything?
That's it, and mostly that the evidence the evidence that has been presented so far is sufficient.
I think the evidence that has been presented so far has been pretty close to sufficient. I agree with you there. I'm going to deny your motion, notwithstanding. We'll have continued cross-examination, and you could renew that motion at the end of this. If this is the last witness at that time. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Digwe, if you could please return to the witness box. Thank you. Mr. Digwe, if you could, you're still on oath? Sure. Yesterday. I believe you have copies of all the exhibits before you. And Commissioner Linton, do we have you?
I'm here. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Loud and clear. All right, Mr. Tomlinson, you're a witness.
Good morning, Mr. Digwe.
Good morning.
Before yesterday, had you ever testified before this commission?
Yes, I have.
In what proceeding?
In exactly the same proceeding that was reopened.
Have you testified in any other proceedings before public utility commissions or similarly situated agencies?
No.
Yesterday you mentioned some of Sunsea's operations in New York. Are you aware of any jurisdictions where Sunsea holds a license and has been subject to sanctions imposed by a public utilities commission or similar agency?
Objection. This is outside the scope of yesterday's direct examination and in violation of Rule 4 of the local rules. Rule 2 of the local rules.
It is, however, I will overrule the exception Mr. Digwe stated yesterday. He is the Chief Executive Officer of Sunsea. Pursuant to the license granted by this body, the licensee is required to inform this commission of any regulatory actions taken against it in states where they are licensed. If it could be established that Sunsea is licensed, well, let me ask the question. Is Sunsea licensed to sell energy commodity in the state of New York?
Yes.
Mr. Tomlinson may ask the question. Do you need the question asked again?
Yes.
Are you aware of any jurisdictions where Sunsea holds a license and has been subject to sanctions imposed by a Public Utilities Commission or similar agency?
Yes.
Could you please describe those?
In the state of New York, we had a similar what's it called, a telephonic case. Okay, that's how I will summarize it. All right, and it's still pending as we speak. There is no final judgment in that case. I still have active customers that I'm servicing in the state of New York. It's still pending, going through the courts. So no final judgment has been taken on that case.
Got it. Thank you. Okay, moving on. Why did Sunsea conduct the 2021 audit?
It was conducted, why did Sunsea? I was directed by this commission to conduct that audit.
And in your words, Sunsea paid a lot of money to conduct this audit in 2021?
Yes, we did.
So Sunsea paid a lot of money and had this audit conducted in 2021 in an attempt to achieve compliance moving forward after the commission issued Order 89914.
The commission has not issued an order.
This is in the previous hearing. This has been OPC's complaint that was issued in June, or that was initiated in June of 2020. You received the order in August, Order 89914, and then Sunsea.
August of what? 2020 or 2021?
2021.
2021?
Yes.
Sunsea was not issued that order to commit to do the audit on August 2021. Okay, it was done way earlier than that. It was done in, I believe, the commission ordered Sunsea to do the audit around January of 2021. I believe so.
Mr. Chairman, I'd ask that the Commission take judicial notice of the order 89914.
The commission will take judicial notice.
Does the 2021 independent audit impact CAD's ability to investigate new complaints filed against the company?
Does it impact?
Correct.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did CAD commit to not prosecuting or investigating any complaints following the 2021 independent audit conducted by Sunsea?
No. Not that I know of.
How many complaints did Sunsea receive against it from July 1st, 2022 through January 23rd, 2023?
From the numbers in this case, you guys said 41.
And you estimated from May to October of 2022, your agents probably encountered around 40,000 potential enrollees, and 30 complaints from May to October out of that 40,000 encountered number may not be significant. What number of complaints is unacceptable for Sunsea?
I consider one unacceptable. I don't want to get any complaint. I want to be able to sleep at night. So why do I want to get complaints? We pay a lot of money for these sales to this marketer. So I don't want complaints. I don't want to deal with complaints. Just get me good sales, and that's all I'm interested in.
Is Sunsea responsible for the behavior of its third-party vendors?
Objection calls for legal conclusion.
I'll allow the witness to answer. The objection is overruled.
According to your rules, yes.
Is Sunsea bound by the Commission's rules?
As a licensee in this state, yes.
How many agents did Sunsea terminate during the complaint period from July 1st to January 27th, 2023?
I don't know those numbers by heart.
Can you guess?
Do you want me to speculate?
No, sorry. Yesterday you testified that Sunsea's agent didn't agree with the description of events that took place with regard to Mr. Yezel's complaint explanation, and she denied everything, but you terminated her anyway. Why?
Due to the seriousness of the complaint, and we have basically zero tolerance for any kind of fraud complaint. All right, regardless if the agent denies any wrongdoing. All right, we listen to both party, but you know the agents basically gave us enough evidence. All right, hey, the customer gave me his phone number. The customer gave me his email address, and you know, do you want me to elaborate? Further, you want a yes or no answer? That's not a yes or no answer, but
You can elaborate if you'd like to, please.
okay. All right, Mr. Sturt sat down here and testified that he's a fraud attorney by career. All right, so I guess his educational level is pretty much up there. And the agent, I believe Dana Johnson, all right, let's say he's a GED holder. So can you really tell me somebody that, you know, educated can be coerced into doing something that he's not meant to do? All right. I just, you know, there is holes in that story. It's not factual. So, but anyway, that's why we decided to make the customer whole.
So
and
because
move
of the holes in the complaint, you decided to pay the customer and to fire the agent?
We have zero tolerance for fraud.
Okay. Are you familiar with the COMAR requirement that suppliers provided a copy of the executed contract and contract summary at the completion of the contracting process?
Yes.
And can I turn your attention to Sunsea Exhibit, I believe it's 5C. Do you have this still?
Yeah, I saw that document yesterday.
You don't, okay, if you don't need to look at it.
Mhm.
Looking at this exhibit, is it Sunsea's position that this document is sufficient to satisfy the COMAR requirement that suppliers provide a copy of the executed contract and contract summary at the completion of the contracting process?
Objection calls for legal conclusion.
Overruled.
You want me to answer?
Answer the
I
question.
would love that.
Repeat your question.
Looking at Sunsea Exhibit, I believe it's 5C. Is it Sunsea's position that the document is sufficient to satisfy the COMAR requirement that suppliers provide a copy of the executed contract and contract summary at the completion of the contracting process?
Yes. Yes, and when we did our investigation, when we received this complaint from CAD, the agent indicated to us that he gave the customer a copy of the contract that he executed at the door.
Is that this document, Exhibit 5C?
That's not this document in front of us, all right? But the agent testimony we have told us that they gave the customer a copy of the contract, you know.
So could we look to This is the complaint from, it's 36737. I believe it's CAD Exhibit 2C. The Sunsea contract document on page 30. Is it 2C?
I think it's 3C.
3C, my apologies. Mr. Dewey, your position is that this is the document, the full signed contract that was left with Mr. Yezel?
Yes, that's the testimony we received from the agent.
Does this document here satisfy the minimum contract requirements required by Comar? Does it contain all the material information?
I'm going to renew my objection and it calls for a legal conclusion.
Going to overrule the objection. You may answer.
All right. What page are you referring to?
It's, sorry, it's not numbered, but it's page 30. It's what Sunsea uses to get customers' information. It's titled Sunsea Energy LLC Residential and Small Commercial Electricity Service Agreement.
If you're referring to just that page, no. It's that page and every other page. It's, I believe, it's a total of about 7 pages.
So to clarify, this page, no.
That's the first page. It's an entire packet.
Okay, thank you. Did Sunsea provide a contract summary on the form provided by the Commission as required by Comar on the Commission's website?
Contract summary?
The contract summary form?
Yes, you received that here. Where is it?
Sure, sorry.
They're trying to level up.
Apologies.
First time I've heard that.
As you can see, as part of the package, the contract summary is there.
Is that the contract summary on the correct form as required by Comar, to your knowledge?
Yes.
Did CAD communicate any deficiencies in Sunsea's contracting materials or practices to Sunsea prior to the filing of the memo on January 30th, 2023?
No.
Sunsea didn't receive any indication from CAD closing letters that the contract information and materials were not considered to be a contract?
No.
Could I turn your attention to CAD Exhibit 1C, which is complaint number 36452?
Mm. 361? 452?
36542, I believe it's, sorry, CAD Exhibit 2C. I apologize, I don't have my, yes, thank you. And could you please turn to page 28, which is the CAD determination. It's the second to last page. It's the back of a page at the end of the packet of documents. It's a page full of text, and it's the third page of CAD's determination. Please let me know when you're there.
Yes.
Can you please read the second paragraph after terms and conditions? It starts with, in closing.
In closing, based on information provided by all parties and a lack of a signed valid contract, which, to be frank with you, we provided a signed contract.
And what else does it say in that paragraph?
Along with the agent failure to provide a copy with an executed contract and completed contract summary. All right. So,
And-
as I will state again on the record, we provided the contract summary, the full package to CAD. All right.
And you received, it looks like this information was transmitted going back to the first page on Tuesday, August 2nd, 2022, to the company.
Tuesday what?
Looks like Tuesday, August 2nd, 2022.
This complaint we're reading, this CAD decision was made in January 26, 2023.
And is that before the CAD memo, before the initiation of the complaint period on January 30th, 2023?
Yes, that's before.
So is it fair to say that Sunsea had noticed that their contracting documents and practices were non-compliant prior to the filing of CAD's memo?
But guess what? Before this, which we received in January 26, 2023, we already updated all our documents, all right, TPV and so on. We already updated everything, submitted it to CAD, all right, in early January, before January 9th. Until date, we don't have any response.
The update to those documents was made, you said, in early January. Do you remember the date?
We post marketing to get this update done, all right, in October of 2022.
Yesterday you testified that as a matter of internal policy, you don't appeal any of the CAD findings. Is that correct?
Yes.
But you are aware that CAD has an appeal process for the company to dispute CAD determinations or findings that it disagrees with?
Yes, we are aware, but we have an internal policy to make every customer whole. Any customer that files a CAD complaint automatically gets re-rated. That's our policy.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Staff counsel, good morning.
Good morning. No cross-examination, Your Honor.
People's counsel.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Digway.
Good morning.
Mr. Digway, you testified yesterday that during the complaint period, Sunsea had enrolled about 4,000 to 5,000 customers, correct?
Yes.
Okay, may I approach?
You may.
I got a copy.
I'd like this marked as OPC 1.
So marked OPC Exhibit 1.
All right, Mr. Digway, could you please read the front page out loud?
This front page.
Yeah. Just, what is the document?
This is 1Q 2023. 1Q 23 report.
Of complaints filed against Maryland's gas and electric utility companies. Okay, if you turn to page 3, the one with the chart on it.
The one what?
The one with the chart on it, page 3.
Okay.
Yeah. Mr. Digger, would you agree with me that this shows that in the first quarter of 2023, PEPCO, the second one here, had 33 complaints from 596,086 customers, correct?
You're saying you're talking about PEPCO, right?
Yeah.
Okay, PEPCO, yes, from 596,000 customers.
At 33 complaints.
Yeah, according to your chart.
And we heard you testify earlier, it's Sunsea at 41. Okay.
But this is 2023, correct?
Sure.
Our 41 is from 2022.
simply stating the proportions, as we've heard previously, argument that you know, the number of complaints filed against Sunsea is a small proportion of your overall customer base.
But that
Objection
being
is-
said, you've just referring to PEPCO
Objection,
here.
there's no question there. The council is just
Yeah.
testifying.
Stop it.
Thank you.
When your attorney is speaking, do not speak.
Mm-hmm.
People's counsel, you did not have a question, and if you could pull your mic a little closer, I'd appreciate it.
Okay.
Yeah, so ask your question.
Right.
Use leading questions if necessary.
Mr. Digway, you would agree with me that Sunsea's door-to-door marketing agents work for third-party vendors and not for Sunsea itself, correct?
Do I agree with you?
Do Sunsea's marketing agents work for third-party vendors and not for Sunsea itself?
Yeah, they are employee of the third-party companies. Yes, not direct. Yeah, no. Yes.
Can you please turn to Sunsea Exhibit 9?
Which one is the exhibit 9?
It's your vendor agreement, door-to-door solicitation agreement. Have it on the second page,
Sure, page 2.
paragraph 3, relationship of parties.
Mm-hmm.
It says that, or could you read it, please?
All right, it's understood and expressly agreed by the parties hereto that vendors is at all times shall be a consultant, an independent contractor, and not an employee, employer, or partner with the company. Basically, Sunsea. Principle. You want me to continue?
That's enough, thank you. So, Mr. Digway, when Sunsea says that it terminates an agent, that means that the agent was removed from your contract, correct? Not that you actually have the power to terminate an employee of the vendor.
We don't have the power to terminate an employee because they're not our employee. All right, but we terminate the agent from being able to have access to our portal to do any further sales. We don't know what the marketing firm does with their employee, but they are terminated from representing us.
Right, so that agent could continue to work for that vendor on other contracts, as far as you know?
Rephrase that again.
So that agent could continue to work for that vendor on other contracts, as far as you know?
I don't know. Yeah.
Mr. Digway, are you familiar with Sunsea's response to CAD's memo that was filed March 29th, 2023?
March 29th.
Or response to CAD's memo, your response to CAD's memo? I don't think you actually not necessarily have it in front of you, but I'm going to
Okay.
read you.
Well, he hasn't answered the question yet.
No.
You haven't seen Sunsea's response?
Oh, I haven't seen. If you can provide it, there's a lot of response. I can't recall that offer.
All right, perhaps counsel for Sunsea could refresh the witness's recollection or give him a copy.
Here, Peter has a copy. No.
He's got one.
Is it?
Mm-hmm. I think you guys want to get one of that. Thank you.
Okay. On page 8 of the response,
Your question's still outstanding. Is he familiar with this document?
oh, sorry.
I'm going to object at this point because we did not conduct any direct examination regarding this document, so it's outside the scope of direct examination in violation of Rule 2.
Overruled. The question stands from People's Counsel. Are you familiar with Sunsea's response?
Yes. Now that I'm looking at it, yes.
We'll see what the questions are, counsel for Sunsea, and you can make another objection.
Okay. Page 8 of the response.
Yes, I'm looking at it.
Yeah. It states that before suspending marketing, quote, before suspending marketing, Sunsea fired contractors who were responsible for more than 2 complaints and provided retraining and warnings for contractors on their first or second complaint. Correct?
What paragraph are you reading?
It's near the top,
What page?
page 8.
8.
The first full paragraph in the middle of it.
Contractors being the agent, because of the agent also operates with the marketing firm they work for as a contractor, being the agent, okay, the sales agent.
And footnote 7 says Sunsea, on that sentence, says Sunsea fired the independent sales agents responsible for the enrollments at issue in the PSC 000-36737 and 000-36935, correct?
Yes, that's what you're reading, right? Yes.
May I approach?
You may.
I'd like this marked as OPC 2, Exhibit 2.
So marked.
Is it C? I know Sunsea kind of blanketed most of these in confidential.
Can you speak up, counsel?
Sorry, I was asking if
So,
it was
it doesn't look like it has any personal identifiable information.
yeah, just OPC 2. Huh?
I think because it has trade secret confidential commercial information not for public disclosure on it, we should just make it confidential and put a C on it. There's no objection.
I mean, it basically just has a bunch of PSC complaint numbers and the marketing vendors, and this is all public information essentially.
Well, this is your exhibit, Mr. How do you pronounce your last name?
Shu.
Shu. Mr. Shu. Okay. Do you have an objection to marking this as OPC Exhibit 2?
No objection.
Okay. So marked.
Okay. Okay, I would like to motion OPC Exhibit 1 into evidence. I think I forgot to do that earlier.
OPC 1 is moved into evidence.
For the record, this is Sunsea's quarterly compliance report for October, December 2022. I think the party stipulated to admitting this into evidence.
We did.
I'd like to motion into evidence.
OPC Exhibit 2 is moved into evidence.
Can you, Mr. Digby, can you please turn to the fifth page of the document, the one with quarterly complaints report at the top?
Nobody seems to use page numbers anymore.
Yeah, I apologize.
No, this isn't your document.
So if, you read through this, there are 6 pages of consumer complaints consisting of 17 complaints submitted to commission and 1 to the Better Business Bureau, correct?
Yeah.
Objection. This was not covered in direct examination. It's in violation of Rule 2.
What's your question?
Underneath each of these complaints, it states that furthermore, the sales agent associated with the complaint was terminated, correct? That's the main question.
Objections overruled. This is a document that's been filed with the commission. We'll see if the witness knows anything about these complaints. You may answer the question.
First and foremost, before I answer this question, this was filed in February of 2023, right? This was the third quarter and fourth quarterly report, right?
For October, December 2022.
October to December 2022. Okay, fourth quarter. All right. So your
So it states under each of these complaints that the sales agent associated with the complaint was terminated.
yes.
Yes.
Hmm.
And there's 17 of these complaints. Was Mr. Adigwe, do you know how many you stated earlier that you don't know by heart. Does this refresh your recollection as to how many vendors or how many agents you've terminated from your contract?
Each of these complaints, some might be repetitive agents. All right, might be, for example, okay, let's say the most famous one, Dana Johnson, had 3 complaints. You understand? So by the complaints, you cannot detect if it's actually 17 agents. All right. But according to our report here, every agent associated with this complaint was terminated. Yes.
And you stated in your answer previously that there were 2 agents terminated, and we've heard testimony that you only terminated 1. How many? 8? Do you have any idea how many agents you've terminated?
As I stated on record that I don't know it by heart. I don't know that number by heart.
Would it be fair to say that it's probably at least 10, unless 1 or 2 agents committed 17?
Objection. The witnesses said he doesn't know. It's calling him to speculate.
Sustained.
Mr. Adigwe, you testified yesterday that Sunsea engaged in an investigation surrounding Mr. Yezel's complaint, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Adigwe, did Sunsea document this investigation or keep any records about this investigation?
Internally, yes.
Mr. Adigwe, yes or no, did Sunsea investigate any of the other 41 complaints CAD received during the complaint period? Do similar investigations as you did with Mr. Yezel?
Once we receive a CAD complaint, it's our procedure to investigate, all right? Because we reach out to the third-party vendor, calling the agent associated with that sale, and we do a one-on-one investigation with the agents to basically hear what the agent has to say. All right, so as I stated, each complaint is different.
Okay. Mr. Adigwe, does Sunsea keep any records of those investigations or disciplinary actions of those agents?
We do,
Mr.
because automatically, if we don't want to get any complaints, so the chances, but that's why I said it depends on the complaint received. All right. Majority of the time, we just, once an agency is booted off of our system, they are unable to process any further sales.
Mr. Adigwe, do you recall OPC's data request 6.8, where OPC asked for all documentation regarding any investigation or disciplinary action Sunsea took in connection with its agents?
The disciplinary action is already listed on your quarterly report.
Right. I'm asking if you recall the data request that OPC sent to you for documentation regarding those investigations.
I read your memo, yes.
And you recall that Sunsea's answer was that Sunsea has not located any responsive documents at this time after a diligent search?
That was the response given, yes. Because if you've already really got it, you get quarterly report from us.
Do you have any such documents related to these investigations with you today?
No.
Mr. Adigwe, recall that you testified yesterday that it's purely the obligation of the vendor to get all the required local peddlers licenses, correct?
Yes, according to our contract.
If I may, Comar 2053-1003B states that B, a supplier may not permit its agent to conduct door-to-door activities unless, subsection 2 states, unless the supplier has ensured that the agent meets any local licensing, registration, or permitting requirements of the jurisdiction where the agent will be conducting door-to-door activities. Mr. Adigwe, how does Sunsea ensure that the agent meets the local licensing requirements?
It's the responsibility of the marketing firm to get their peddler's license. All right, because we personally we are not going door to door. All right, it's a marketing firm that is going door to door, soliciting customers on our behalf.
Yes or no, does Sunsea require its marketing vendors to send a copy of each agent's license to Sunsea?
Do we require the marketing firm to send it to us? No.
Does Sunsea independently verify that its agents have the required licenses in some way, any way?
We inform the marketing firm, hey, you need to make, anyway, most marketing firm knows that they cannot go door to door without a peddler's license. All right, because if they, let's say, they get stopped by the cops or something like that, that's the document they ask them for. Hey, can I see your peddler's license? They have to show that to the cops. All right, so it's the responsibility of the marketing firm to get that peddler's license, not ours.
Okay. Mr. Digway, you testified yesterday that Sunsea performs in-person trainings and gives vendors training materials marked Sunsea 8, I believe, correct?
Yes.
If we could turn to those. Mr. Digway, when were these training materials developed?
We've always have a training material. All right. I believe in this same case we submitted our training materials to the commission, and you have a record of that. When was it developed? Before we started doing marketing.
I believe the question is, when was Sunsea 8 produced? There's no date on this document.
Oh, okay. For the state of Maryland, before we had practically started marketing in 2019, I believe so.
So this is the same version that you used when you started in 2019?
I believe we updated our marketing materials, as time goes. All right. I don't think that's the same version. We have other versions as well that we use.
Did Sunsea modify its agent training between the original October 7th, 2020 hearing and today?
October 7th, 2020?
The original hearing in this.
The original hearing. Oh, yes, we did.
How many times has Sunsea trained its agents since that hearing?
Multiple times.
Do you have an estimate?
All right, you want me to speculate something? I can't remember. I don't know, but an agent cannot go door to door, till they attend our in-class training after being onboarded, after, they've received the training material, gone through it and so on. Sorry, my voice is dry.
Can you please turn to page 7? It has the section titled Sales Agreement, signing up a customer in person near the top.
It's of the trading documents.
Yeah. It says sales agreement, signing up a customer in person, door-to-door sales near the top, section B. You there?
Section B?
Yeah.
Yes.
If you could just for a moment read to yourself B 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and let us know when you're done.
Yes.
So you would agree with me that this section details the training Sunsea gives its door-to-door agents on what to fill in and give the customer when signing up a residential customer to Sunsea service?
Yes.
Yep. Yes or no, does this section tell the agent to complete the notice of cancellation form by entering the date of the transaction and the date 3 business days after that date by which the buyer may give notice of cancellation as required by the Maryland Door-to-Door Sales Act, Section 143023?
Yes or no?
Yes or no, does this section tell the agent to complete the notice of cancellation form?
It's not stated here.
Okay. Please refer to Sunsea.
No, actually, it's stated on section 4, says we must provide the customer a copy of. Yes, it's stated here.
No, Section 4, can you please read Section 4?
The sales representative must provide the customer with a copy of the sales agreement, a copy of the customer's customer's information, private policies. We describe how Sunsea protect customers' personal information. 2 copies of the notice of cancellation.
Does it state that the agent needs to fill out the notice of cancellation? As
Where
required
the
by
agent is giving the customer the copies of for their record, yes, everything is filled out.
Does it state that?
That's what it states in here.
Where does it state that?
Telling the agent to make sure you give the customer, yes, we expect everything on our application form to be filled out before being issued to the customer. We're not going to give a customer a blank paper.
Does it say that here?
That's what it's stating. So you might be thinking, translating this statement a different way, but what this statement is stating here, what's clearly stated here is the agent must give the customer an executed copy.
Okay. Can you please refer to Sunsea 4? I believe it's your testified yesterday as your current complete contract.
Exhibit 4?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm ready.
When you're ready. Okay. This is Sunsea's current complete contract you testified yesterday, correct?
Yes.
And this encompasses all of Sunsea's contract documents?
The only thing not printed in this package here is the notice of cancellation.
Yeah, so the long form notice of cancellation is not in here, and this is Sunsea's current contract, correct?
Let it be a record. I'm stating that, our full package contains the notice of cancellation, so whoever printed this out forgot to accompany those documents.
Okay. Does Sunsea monitor its agents?
Yes, yes.
How?
We do QC check on most agent sales, though we are, my QC department, internal QC team is only able to reach about 40% of most customers. All right, and we monitor, based on feedback we get from our customer service teams. All right, and if we get complaints from card, all right, so we have to monitor their activities in the field.
Does Sunsea ever shadow its agents in the field?
Yes, our trainer does. Not all, during the training period. All right, yes, they go out and shadow with new agents.
Okay. Can I refer you to Exhibit CAD 4, or 4C, I believe?
What's 4C?
It's the complaint number 000366711.
Yes.
And can you flip to, I think it's physical page 5, the one with the wet signature contract, handwriting on it?
Yes.
And can you read the price, the variable rate written there?
$0.1589.
And if you flip to, I think it's physical page 8, the welcome packet printed out, looks like this. Maryland Electricity Contract Summary, but all in type. Are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
The supply price there, is that different than what was written? Can you read the supply price printed out here?
Yes.
Would you please read out the supply price?
0.099.
Okay. And also, if you flip to a couple more pages past the terms and conditions to the printed notice of cancellation. Notice the date filled out reads August 26, 2022, correct?
What page are you talking about?
The printed notice of cancellation form, a couple pages after the supply price, printed supply price we just read out.
Okay, I'm looking at the notice of cancellation.
August 20, it reads the date of transaction is August 26, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And the written, on the wet signature page, it has a different date, correct?
Yes.
Okay. CAD 5C, please. Sorry, one moment. If you could go to the natural gas purchase agreement, handwritten, I'm sorry, I don't know how many, it's like in the middle of the thing.
What exhibit?
CAD 5C.
Of the same document?
No. Exhibit CAD 5C.
Okay.
I think you're holding 4 right now, are you?
Still dealing with
CAD
times
5C.
711?
The front is a front of,
Okay.
Plane number 36825.
Okay, yeah, 5C.
If you could turn to the handwritten natural gas agreement.
Yes.
And the variable rate there
Mm-hmm.
is 93 or 0.9399
Mm-hmm.
per firm, presumably, correct?
Correct.
And then if you flip a few more pages to the notice of cancellation attached to this one, you'll notice it's blank, correct?
Yes.
And then going to the printed natural gas contract summary and a few more pages. Sorry, this is kind of a hard to. The printed version of the natural gas contract.
Sure.
The supply price again is different than what was written, correct?
You just went from electric to gas?
No, I went from gas to gas. You keep going past the printed electric contract. It was written as 0.9399, and here it's printed as 0.4698.
Correct.
And then going to Cat 6 C. This is complaint number 36989.
Repeat what you just said.
Please take a Cat 6C, complaint 36989.
Three C. 6C or 3C?
6C.
6C. And if you could flip to the handwritten electric agreement, it's actually at the back this time. We're near the back.
This is the document dated October 2nd.
Yeah.
Have you found it, Mr. Digway?
No, I'm still looking for it. What page is that? Is it-
About 20. It's this big.
Yeah,
It's a handwritten page,
Handwritten
correct?
page,
Okay,
yeah.
look for a handwritten page.
Okay, I have the gas. Looking for the. You said.
yeah,
You're
pull
finding
past
the electric.
the gas,
Yes.
the electric. Yeah, here, you got it.
No, I'm looking for the electric. One
A
second.
few pages past the handwritten gas one.
Okay, page passed. Okay. Okay, I'm there.
Okay, here. Here the supply rate for electricity is written as 0.698, correct?
No.
Or sorry, 0.1698.
Yes.
And then if you flip back towards the front to the printed electric contract summary, so go past the handwritten gas one, and then
Are we still on electric?
yeah. the printed electric contract.
Summary states point 1698.
No, it states .1899
You're reading the contract summary, right?
on the printed electric contract summary, not the handwritten one. Back towards the front. Keep going. Maryland electricity contract summary with the person's information printed out at the top.
Yes.
And the price there is .1899, which is different than what was handwritten, correct?
Yes. From what I've seen earlier.
Okay.
Mr. Shu, I think you've made
Yeah.
your point that the contracts signed by the customer and the contract summaries have a wide degree of inconsistencies between what was signed and
Yeah.
what the witness is admitting to.
Mr. Digway, what exactly is the customer paying? What rate is they paying?
From your earlier two contracts that you mentioned here.
If you can inform me.
All right.
In CAD 6,
We only.
CAD 6C we're talking about.
Okay, now I'm back to 4C.
Are we on? What?
Yeah, because of it's all talking about the same issue here. 4C, 5C.
Hold on. Counsel, what exhibit are we on?
I dropped the 6C still.
6C, okay.
6C.
So, Mr. Digway, exhibit 6C, what is the price that the customer is paying? For electric.
For electric. According to the welcome letter, it's 1.8.
But in the handwritten documents you left them, it states 1.6. How would the customer know which price they're paying?
That means the agent made a typo.
Okay. Nothing further.
Thank you. Just to clarify on that last question before we move on, if the agent made a typo, what does the customer pay? The one that the agent provided, or what's in the contract summary?
What's in the contract summary?
So not the document that the customer signed.
If an agent makes a typo and we were able to catch it on time, we actually discontinue. All right, we will dismiss, cancel the enrollment. All right, because of the mistake. But in this case, yes, the agent did made a. In this case, the agent did made a mistake. Yes.
And in such cases, the customer pays the rate on the contract summary. Is that correct?
We honor whatever the agent puts on the contract if we caught the agent mistake. But in this case, we did not catch the agent mistake.
So in such a case, if nobody catches the mistake, the customer pays what's in the contract summary.
Yes.
Thank you. Counsel, do you have redirect?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Please proceed.
You take a look at CAD 3C.
Yes, I'm there.
Can you flip through to the middle of it where you see this filled in form here?
This is the handwritten document, Don.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Tomlinson asked you some questions about this. From your knowledge, does this look like the copy of the contract that you left with the customer, or the copy of the contract that the agent took with them?
Both. This is the copy of the contract left with the customer, and this is a copy of the contract the agent took with them, yes.
Yesterday you testified that the agent has the customer sign 2 wet signature contracts
Correct.
on the spot.
Mm-hmm.
They take one, the customer keeps the other.
Correct.
So is this the one that the customer kept with them, or is it the one that the agent took with them?
This is the one the agent submitted to us, yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Can you read out the date on the top of that?
July 13, 2022.
Okay, now yesterday you testified that this was the contract, the version of your contract that was subject to the 2021 audit. And you further testified that you felt comfortable using this version of the contract because it was covered by the 2021 audit. Do you stand by your testimony yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also testified yesterday that you have since updated this document, correct?
Correct, yes.
And you testified that the reason that you updated it was because you were aware of certain decisions that had come from the Commission about the format.
Objection deleting the witness.
I'm just repeating his testimony yesterday. We don't have a
Well,
transcript in front of us that I can direct him to.
Well,
I'll allow it.
You testified yesterday that the reason that you updated the contract was because you became aware of certain decisions from the Commission pertaining to the content of those contracts, and you updated it accordingly. So we now have an updated contract. Can you take a look at that? It's Sunsea 4.
Yes.
So yesterday you testified that this was the updated document that you updated and that you submitted it to the Commission for their comments. You said you received no comments. Do you stand by that testimony?
I do, yes.
So as a result, do you have any reason to believe that this document is not acceptable or non-compliant with law in Maryland as it stands?
We've still don't have confirmation from this department, from CAD, and so on.
Okay. I ask you to look at Sunsea 9. That's your door-to-door solicitation agreement.
Sure.
Sunsea 9. Sunsea 9, door-to-door solicitation.
I don't have that here. I don't know where I can find it. Okay, found it. Mm-hmm.
Can you turn to page 6?
Yes.
Clause 12, required permits. Do you agree that this clause requires your vendors to provide you with evidence that they have gotten the relevant permits?
Yes.
Yesterday you testified that you actually enforce this agreement against vendors. Do you stand by that testimony?
Yes.
You turn to the next page of that contract.
Mm-hmm.
Clause 14, compliance with laws. Page 7.
Page 7. Oh, sure.
Clause 14, compliance with laws.
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree that this clause requires your vendors to comply with the law.
Yes.
And again, yesterday you testified that you actually enforce this agreement. Do you
Correct,
stand by
we
that
do.
testimony?
Mhm.
Mr. Shu asked you about how you monitor your agents. He asked you specifically if you have your agents shadowed. Yesterday you testified about the TPV 360 system and how it allows for geolocation of your agents and how it allows you to monitor their enrollment activity. Can you elaborate further, once again for the record, how the TPV 360 system allows you to monitor the behavior of your agents in the field?
Objection asked and answered. You're asking him to repeat what he testified to yesterday.
I'll rephrase. Do you stand by your testimony yesterday in that regard?
Yes.
We have no further questions.
Thank you.
I
At
would like
this
to-
point,
I would like to elaborate more on these.
no,
No? Okay.
there's no question, and I don't know what the elaboration is on.
Mr. Chairman, could we have a brief redirect question off of that or whatever?
No. At this time, we will take a brief recess, but this is how things will play out for the remainder of this hearing. The commissioners will have an opportunity, as customary, to ask questions of the witness,
Okay.
at which point all counsel will have an opportunity to ask any final redirect based on particular commissioner questioning. And then parties will have an opportunity to give closing arguments. We are in recess until 11:50, 50. Mr. Digwe, you may step down or use the restroom. Don't speak to your attorneys during this time.
You want any water or anything?
I'm going upstairs for it.
We'll go back on the record and we'll begin the commissioner questioning of the witness. Good afternoon, Mr. Digway.
Good afternoon.
Do you recall testifying before this commission in 2020 in this case, which is case number 9647?
Yes.
And do you recall testifying before this commission in 2021 in this case, case number 9647?
Yes.
And do you have a fair recollection of your testimony in this case?
Yes.
Yesterday, do you recall testifying that you stated that you've been in this industry since 2017?
As a supplier, yes.
But that's not correct, is it? In your testimony in 2020, you said you've been in the industry since 2010. Do you recall that?
Yes, I was once a marketer.
So is it 2010 you've been in the industry or since 2017?
No, I was operating a marketing firm in 2010, but I became a supplier in 2017.
When you say you've become a supplier in 2017, is that when you received your first license?
Yes,
And where did you receive that license?
New York. New York and Jersey, I believe so, yes.
Both New York and New Jersey in the
Yes.
same year?
Yes.
And have you personally ever sold energy supply door to door?
Me personally,
Yes.
I operated a marketing firm, so yes.
Have you knocked on doors selling energy supply?
Yeah, during my that's how I got into this business in 2010. You know, I practically was the go-to guy for many other suppliers to, you know.
In what states did you personally knock on doors?
I've knocked training agents. Mostly that's when I come out. You understand, training agents, because I operated a marketing company back then.
Was that marketing company selling energy supply?
Yes.
We were talking about your experience yesterday. How long have you been the chief executive of Sunsea?
Since it was formed in 2017.
And according to your response at page 5, you stated that Sunsea stated that the management team has 30 years of energy industry experience. Who are the other members of your management team that have energy industry experience?
We have folks who work in consulting capacity.
So you have consultants in addition to full-time employees?
Yes.
How many full-time employees do you have?
They're roughly about 15.
And how many consultants do you have?
Well, 5.
Do you recall in your testimony from 2020 that you stated that you're a marketing guy?
Yes. I came from marketing.
And do you recall we discussed your other business lines, including EZ, sales and marketing, as well as the Show How Motel Group?
Showham, yes. I'm an investor. I own multiple businesses, yes.
EZ Sales and Marketing is a marketing business, is that
It's
right?
a marketing business, yes.
And Show How Motel is hospitality?
Correct. I own Showham Hotel, Danville Hospitality Group, Quality Inns. Yeah, I'm in different businesses.
So is it fair to say you're an expert in marketing issues?
Yeah, I'm an expert in marketing issues, yes.
And according to your testimony in 2020, you said you had approximately 2,000 employees with EZ Sales and Marketing. Is EZ Sales and Marketing still in business today?
As a marketing firm?
Does it exist today?
Yeah, it still exists as a marketing firm. Yes, it does.
And do you still have about 2,000 employees?
It varies.
Back in 2020, you said the revenue was somewhere in the neighborhood of about 400 million a year.
Yes. Hmm.
Is it still in that ballpark area?
It varies from year to year, depending on turnover.
And Show How Motel, how many employees does that organization have?
In the hospitality business in general, I would say roughly about 200.
So it's fair to say you have a lot of employees that ultimately report up to you.
Not directly, all right? Not directly. They all have, this chain of commands.
Of course, 2,000 people don't directly report to you, but you have a management chain that reports to you.
Correct, yes.
With approximately 15 employees at Sunsea, is Sunsea your smallest business that you own?
Yes, it is actually.
Aside from these three businesses that you own, and are you 100% owner of each of them?
Yes, I am.
Do you have any other companies aside from these three?
I'm an investor, so I do have yes, I do have many other companies, yes.
Do you have controlling stakes in these other companies?
Majority of my businesses, I'm 100% owners. I'm 100% owner, yes.
But you don't know the specific number of companies that you own today?
Because there is a lot.
In Sunsea's response, there was a statement that reflected that with respect to the agents, quote, "This is a problem that always plagued Sunsea as a small business." Do you concur that the agents are a problem, are a plague on the business?
As a supplier, no supplier wants to face any kind of complaints, because we pay a lot of money to this marketing firm to generate a sale, all right? And, according to our contract, we want them to give us, compliant, follow the rules, compliance-based sales. We don't want to deal with any headache, all right? So, as an investor, I want to be able to sleep at night. I don't want to. But it's just the nature of this industry.
And as a marketing guy with significant experience, an expert, you say?
Correct.
Have you had trouble figuring out a way to address this plague?
That's why, we obey the rules by making sure, all right, from our first rodeo here, when it was telemarketing and we had to drop all our, telephonic sales because of no paper contract, according to COMA rules, all right, so that's why we commenced door-to-door, making sure every customer that signed up into our program had a wet signature paper contract. So excuse me, my throat keeps getting dry. So sometimes, no matter the stories complaints that I get because of my experience in the industry, I said, wow, okay. That's why in October of 2022, we voluntarily paused marketing and say, you know what? Just obeying the COMA rules is not going to do it. All right? I need to make sure I'm protecting my organization, myself. That's why I partnered up with TPV 360 and create a lot of mechanism in their enrollment system so as to deter all the chances of a fraudulent enrollment, unauthorized enrollment, or customer basically claiming that, oh, they don't understand the program, is minimal.
But it's fair to say that you've experienced some trouble throughout Sunsea's existence with agents and customer complaints?
Yes.
In response to Mr. Tomlinson earlier, you were discussing activity in New York State. Can you just clarify, based on that line of questioning, what is your current business operating status in New York State?
The license is still active. We still have customers in our book of business. The license is still active, going through the court. All right.
Going through the court about what?
I believe the commission wants the license taken, but it's still in the court.
Can you currently enroll customers in New York State?
We post marketing. We don't want to continue acquiring customers when such a case is still going on. I'm not going to keep investing in acquiring customers and start. Sorry, my voice in such state.
I might have missed a word that you said. You are not acquiring customers in New York currently.
Correct. Yes.
And you operate in several other jurisdictions as well.
Yes.
Are you currently acquiring customers in New Jersey? You said New Jersey.
Yes, we are.
Okay. Has the New Jersey Commission had any? Have they taken any actions against Sunsea?
No.
Has the New Jersey Commission ever required a moratorium on marketing for Sunsea?
A moratorium on.
Have you ever been instructed in New Jersey by the body in New Jersey to stop soliciting new customers?
I believe sometime last year we had a email issue. All right, there was a break in our email communication. All right, so they did not get the email response for some complaints we received on time, because when we sent them the email, they didn't get it.
Who didn't get it?
New Jersey PSC. So those issue has been resolved now, and we post marketing to make sure, hey, what's going on? And they notice that it's actually on their hand. All right, and those issue has been resolved. It wasn't a public thing or anything like that. It wasn't.
This was a private decision of New Jersey?
Yes.
Just to be clear, the public was not made aware of the New Jersey Board of Public Utilities decision?
Yeah, let me.
And if you don't know the answer, you could.
I don't know the answer.
But this was last year in 2022 when the marketing was suspended. Is that right?
Yeah, we post marketing to make sure we fixed. We had complaint of response not being received on time. All right, but they later noticed that while we did send the response, but their general email was not receiving it. All right, so for 1 month we post, make sure everything was up to date, all response that they didn't receive that was sent to them, they actually finally got it. All right, then we reopened marketing after what our outstanding issue was resolved.
Here in Maryland, if you could refresh my memory, because we've issued a number of orders. Sunsea marketing in Maryland recommenced in May of 2022. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
And then when did it stop?
We personally stopped when we started getting all these card complaints coming in. All right, we personally stopped in October of 2022.
And then did you subsequently restart?
In January, after we partnered up with a TPV, TPV 360, basically upgraded our, enrollment process just to protect ourselves.
January 9.
Yeah, January 9th, yes.
And then you've stopped again, is that correct?
Immediately we received this injunction, yes, we stopped.
That is helpful. We discussed some of your staff back in 2020. Romain Reed, is he still with you?
Romain Reed, yes.
And what is his role?
He controls my customer service team.
That was previously the role of Laquana Davis, was it not?
Yes.
Is Miss Davis no longer
No.
with? When did she leave the company?
It's been a long time, I can't remember by heart.
Who is your vice president
Back then?
now?
Now, excuse me. Oh my God, my throat. There is none on the record.
Who was your vice president?
Back before it was Romain Reed.
Who's your chief compliance officer?
Dorothy Stone.
Dorothy Stone. And how many staff does Miss Stone have in her compliance office?
I'll say about 6.
Back in 2020, you testified that you did not have any legal department on site. Is that still the case?
That's still the case. That's why we hire, outside legal team. But practically it's our legal team that updated our new contract and so on. Due to the is it smart or what's it called? State-wise case.
Who is Mr. O'Casey?
Mr. Who?
O'Casey,
Yeah, he heads my QC team.
manager of quality control.
Quality control, yes.
And that position is different than your manager of customer service?
Yes.
Yesterday, when a customer calls to complain, such as the witness, Mr. Mr. Seth Yeasel, does Romain Reed answer the phone?
Oh no. He's not a customer service agent. He oversees that department.
How
All right.
many customer service agents do you have?
The last time I recalled, I believe there are about 15 agents.
Well, you just testified a minute ago that the total number of employees at Sunsea is 15 plus 4 to 5 consultants.
Okay. The, it's how will I put this? Mr. Reed, being the head of our customer service team, is in charge of recruiting, firing, replacing. All right. All I would say, last year revolving roughly about 15 customer service agents, but on a day-to-day basis we have about 6 people manning the line. So it's based on the volume. They need more people, he provides that.
So depending on the day or the month, you could have between 6 and 15 customer service agents.
Correct. Depending on the volume of calls, we don't want the customer, staying on hold on the line for too long or anything.
And are these agents employees of Sunsea?
No, I will not. They're not these.
What are they?
All right, they are they're employees of Mr. Romain Reed.
Mr. Romain Reed is an employee of Sunsea.
Correct. But we give him the contract. Yes, he's an employee of Sunsea, and we also give him the contract to man our customer service department team.
And these individuals are employees of Mr. Romain Reed.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
I need to be entirely clear. So these are Sunsea employees, correct? Or no?
Indirectly, yes.
Mr. Adigwe, I'm not trying to.
Okay.
To be
Yes,
funny.
they are employees of yes. Yes.
So then you actually have about 30 employees, not 15.
Correct.
But ultimately, at the end of the day, you are responsible for the welfare and employment of, let's say, 2,230 people. Is that fair?
Yes, that's fair enough. Yes.
Is that a stressful responsibility?
Is that a stressful responsibility? Yes, it is.
You testified, if you recall, that in 2021 that you considered Sunsea to be a small business. Do you still agree?
Still a small business. Yes.
Would you characterize Sunsea as the fastest growing energy supplier in the U.S.?
Yes, as a small business. Mm-hmm. Still growing. It grows day by day.
Are you the fastest growing energy supplier in the United States?
I don't have that proof. I don't have that proof. Because if I don't know how my fellow competitors are doing in the industry.
Are you aware that when customers call your number at the Sunsea main line, that's the statement that they're greeted with?
That's this. That's the statement they heard. Yes.
So you've heard that statement before?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
But your testimony is that you can't verify the accuracy of that statement.
Yes, I cannot verify the accuracy of that statement.
Let's talk about your agents a little more. In your response at page 5, you said Sunsea is a small business, which you've admitted, but it has no choice but to use third-party marketing vendors. Why does it have no choice but to use vendors?
As you know, my corporate office is located in all the way in New Jersey, Cherry Hill, New Jersey. For example, in the state of Maryland, we have to hire a local marketing firm, all right, to solicit on our behalf. We don't have direct marketing firm or direct, workers in the state.
But the Sunsea response says you have no choice. Could you not hire Sunsea employees?
We can do that. Yeah, we can do that as well. Yes, if we choose to. But if hiring the services of a third party marketer, will can get that done for us. All right, by providing jobs basically to the locals. Why not?
What is the name of your third party marketer in Maryland?
All right, we have multiple correctly listed. All right, I believe one of their name is Marketing Made Easy. All right, MME.
Do you own that firm?
No.
I heard the easy part. So, how many others?
I believe there's another company called Novell Solution. It's 300 Marketing. So.
And you pay these companies a lot of money, correct?
Correct, we do.
We don't need to flip unless you need to, but on Sunsea Exhibit 9, you have the compensation schedule. And do you agree you pay your agents $150 for a successful electric contract and $120 for a successful natural gas solicitation? Does that sound right, or would you like to take a look?
That sounds right. Just it depends on the marketer. It depends on the agreed amount they choose. So it can vary. So some other contracts we can, a marketer can negotiate what he wants.
Fair to say these agents have a pretty significant incentive to hustle and knock on as many doors as possible.
This is how they make their living, yes.
A moment ago you said the headquarters is Cherry Hill, New Jersey?
Correct.
Is that on Marlton Pike?
Yes.
When did you move there? What year?
We've been there since 2020, I believe so. COVID year.
Let's actually take a look at Sunsea Exhibit 9 for a moment. This is your door-to-door solicitation agreement. This appears to be an actual, not a template agreement, but an actual agreement with 300 Marketing Group, LLC. How long have you done business with them?
This was signed in April, I believe I just saw it earlier, April 5th of 2022. So, yes, 2022.
So about 1 year. Actually,
Yes.
1 year and 1 day. The executive, Mr. Green, have you done business with him before?
With him before? No.
You've never done business with 300 Marketing Group or Mr. Green before April of 2022?
It's Mr. Green. 300 Marketing. In the state of Maryland. In the state of, let me recall that. In the state of Maryland, no.
Have you done business with Mr. Yaku Abu Green in any state?
Actually, no.
Have you done business with 300 Marketing Group LLC in any state?
No.
What is the address of 300 Marketing Group LLC?
5607. The corporate office in 5607 Germantown Avenue in Germantown, Pennsylvania.
Are you familiar with Germantown?
I know Germantown, yes. It's in Philly.
It's in the city of Philadelphia.
Yes.
I'm going to distribute a bench exhibit, which I'll mark as bench exhibit number 1. Get the code system. Mr. Digwe, does this office building look familiar?
No. I've not been here.
Have you ever seen that street before in your life?
Germantown Avenue, if this is Germantown Avenue, that as a Pennsylvania resident, I have driven past this road, all right, but to actually recall the exact address, no.
So you're not familiar with this building, Murray's?
Oh, by the way, this is, according to this is 5604 Germantown Avenue.
That building is actually 5607 Germantown Avenue. You could disregard the notation at the bottom. It's an approximate estimation. The even side of the street is on one side. We're looking at the odd side of the street, 5607. So you've never been to that building before?
I've never been to this building.
Have you ever visited 300 Marketing Group LLC?
They have multiple offices. All right, they have multiple offices. I believe this is the CEO's, the owner, his main address. All right, so they have multiple offices, and I have visited one of their offices.
Does it look like an office building?
Yes. Yes.
In Bench Exhibit 1, does that look like an office building?
This is a retail space.
Are you aware, does 300 Marketing LLC, do they have a website?
Do they have a website? Not that I'm aware of.
Have you ever visited any of the offices of 300 Marketing LLC?
Yes, I have.
Okay. In what city are they located?
I do know in Philly, he has another office. All right, he also has an office actually in Silver Spring, Maryland.
Who did you just mention in Silver Spring?
He also has an office. 300 Marketing also has an office in Silver Spring, Maryland. In Philly, I can recall that 5932 Old York Road in Philly. All right, he has operated out of that office.
We discussed most of yesterday and part of today about the complaint history. Are you aware of Sunsea's public complaint rating by the Better Business Bureau?
No. Personally, no.
Do you care about having a good rating?
Oh, I do. If the rating is bad, yes, my team will inform me. All right, I do.
Would it surprise you to hear that Sunsea Energy has a rating of F, failure, by the Better Business Bureau?
Yeah, that would be a surprise.
Is there not somebody on your compliance team that looks into these matters regarding the Better Business Bureau?
Yes. Because we get Better Business Bureaus, complaint as well that they have to handle.
200 complaints.
Since inception. Nationwide, in every market, 200 complaints. I don't think that's bad actually.
But you're surprised.
But I'm surprised, yes. Based on what you just brought to our attention, we'll try to definitely clean that up.
We were discussing your website yesterday. I'd like to ask you a few questions about your website.
Sure.
Who maintains your website? Who's the webmaster?
We have an IT. An IT team that maintains that.
How big is the team?
They have actually about 2 people. I don't personally know how to operate the site, or I don't know how to, make changes to all this IT stuff. No, that's not my field.
Do you visit your website?
I do visit my website, yes.
And we heard testimony yesterday with the word competitive and how it was removed in some places but not others. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I recall.
And would it surprise you if you learned today that your website continues to have typos on the website?
It will surprise me.
Have you looked at the website recently?
Recent, maybe a month ago. That's the last time I glanced through it.
Is there an enrollment option to enroll online on the front page of the website?
There's an enrollment option, but it's not enabled. We don't want any customer enrolling on the site without speaking to someone without.
Why does your website say click to enroll?
Because we're still developing that. We want to enable that in the future. It's still under development.
It's under development, but it's public facing. Is that your testimony?
It's public facing, but it's not enabled.
We're in the state of Maryland. Can you spell Maryland for me?
Maryland.
Is it one word or two words?
One word.
Would it surprise you to note that the word Maryland on your website is spelled as two separate words?
Human error. That's definitely a human error.
It's fair to say you don't closely look at your website.
Closely, I don't do that. I don't look at it every day. I don't look at it every week. Once a month, at least, Yes, I do.
So it's your testimony that the only way a customer can respond,
Can enroll
enroll, thank you, is by door to door.
in the state of Maryland. Yes.
So if a customer in Maryland wants to become a Sunsea customer, how would they become a customer?
Right now, I'm only permitted to use door-to-door enrollment process.
So if I called your number in Cherry Hill, New Jersey, and said that I would like to be a Sunsea customer, how would Sunsea respond to me on the phone?
Fortunately, we don't accept telephonic enrollment. Can I have your address, name? All right. We'll refer you to a door-to-door channel that will, schedule a visit to explain our service to you. That's all we can do right now.
Does that happen much where you actually send a person to a house in Maryland? Or is that rare?
Rare.
I'd like to pursue another line of questioning with respect to one of the charges laid by CAD, which was inaccessibility or unresponsiveness of customer service to concerns. I believe it was CAD's testimony that 16 complaints.
Yeah, I can recall from yesterday.
In your response at page 35, it stated, while Sunsea was unable to respond to all emails received promptly due to the labor difficulties referred to above, in a technical sense, Sunsea's response was contractually unnecessary in order to give effect to the notice of termination. It's actually a long sentence. I'll just stop right there. Labor difficulties.
Where are you reading that from? What page?
Page 35 of your response. I'll give you a minute to find that.
March 29. Your Honor, could I show Mr. Adigwe?
You may, please. Thank you. We're at page 35.
Okay. Which one? This one.
Mr. Digwe, take a minute to read the second full paragraph, basically the second half of the page on 35. And let me know when you're done.
Yes.
What are the labor difficulties that's referenced in your response?
When I say labor difficulties, we are unable to man our customer service line practically, I would say, after 6 p.m. If a call comes in at that time, you don't expect us to continue have an agent readily available to answer such call.
That's not a labor difficulty. That's just after business hours, right?
Yeah, that's after business hours, yes. We get a lot of calls even after business hours.
So you believe a labor difficulty is associated with after-hours calls?
If they call after hours or they call on public holiday, yes, that's what I would consider that. All I know is my customer service department was well staffed.
It was well-staffed, you say, but if you go down a little further, it says, even if Sunsea lacked the resources to reply to all emails within 30 days. It appears that you lacked resources to respond to emails. Is that true?
No. We don't lack resources to respond to emails.
Are emails responded to promptly?
Yes.
A few moments ago, you mentioned, you talked a lot about emails in New Jersey. What was the situation there? I really didn't understand that.
Oh, it's just like, let's say we were responding to, you trying to send Card an email, and they're not getting the email we sending to them. In New Jersey, all right, there was, New Jersey PSC had a break in their email. We were sending our response to them. All right, they could not get it. All right, so...
Why? So you sent an email, or an employee of Sunsea?
Yeah, my compliance team sent an email to the PSC.
In New Jersey?
In New Jersey, yes.
And they don't...
For like a month period, they were not getting our response. All right, so, the upper management reached out to me. Me and my team did an investigation. Hey, listen, we did send it. So when they noticed it's on the photos coming on their hand, they fixed it and told us exactly what to do, and all that issue was resolved.
All right, let's turn back to Maryland.
Mm-hmm.
That same paragraph. A moment ago, you said you are well staffed in your customer service.
Yes, I am.
Yet your second sentence states, Sunsea's second sentence states, while Sunsea was unable to respond to all emails received promptly. What does that mean?
I believe that means an email that came in after business hours.
So sending an email the next day isn't prompt?
We deal in the consumer world most of the time. They're impatient. You understand? So, to me, that's my belief. Yes, because sometimes we'll be so shocked. Wow, you sent an email at 6:01 p.m. that we got. All right, by the following day, we already noticed they've already filed a complaint and so on. So we see.
So some customers are unreasonable.
Correct, yes.
They want fast action.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Staying on this topic, if I could ask you to turn to page 37. If you could read the last sentence to yourself, it begins with the word furthermore.
I can see that. 37, according to the card memo, alleged violation of regulation.
No, 37, the middle paragraph, it begins with the word lastly. I want you to read the last sentence. That begins with the word furthermore.
Okay. Yes.
I'm focused on the words, Sunsea's response time has significantly shortened since the time these complaints were made. What does that mean?
Um, Based on
You could read it again if you need to.
Yeah. So, due to the nature of the complaint we were receiving from the state of Maryland, we told our compliance team to, hey, listen, respond as quick as possible to basically any Maryland complaint. We don't want to keep getting this.
But you've just testified you do that the very next day.
I think here he was referring to a CAD complaint. He was referring to CAD, I believe so.
Many complaints, apparently. But, Mr. Dewey, I'm trying to focus in on the fact that it appears that in the response here, Sunsea's response, the response times were longer, and now they're significantly shorter. So, are you stating that at some point in the past, response times were much longer?
Yes.
And why was that?
It's okay. We get a complaint, all right? Let's say my compliance team in charge of handling that complaints tied up with other matters. They have to finish whatever they are doing, then work on the next complaint. We work on complaint based on when received, time received. All right. You're not gonna just stop whatever you are doing and jump to a new matter. You have to finish your first task before moving to the next task.
And is it your testimony that that takes a lot of time?
It varies, and sometimes to respond to complaint takes a lot of time, yes. But I believe most complaints, when we receive a CAD complaint, it tells us the time we've got. All right. Some might say, hey, please respond within 5 business days. Response is due at so and so date. All right. And we make sure we respond before those time expires.
And who handles these complaints and these investigations?
We have as I stated, we have a compliance team in charge of dealing with complaints, as their job is to study every complaint that comes from any of the commission that we are, selling in, and investigate, talk to the marketing firm, and that generated that sale. All right, so we have many steps that we do internally, all right, to get our facts, all right, and put together our facts. And hey, put together our facts and put together for example, extract the signed contract we received from the agent and send our response accordingly to the department.
So the compliance office led by Dorothy Stone, that's a busy office.
That's always a busy office, yes.
Do the compliance officers specialize in particular states? Or do they work in all the
states?
Mm-hmm. I have one more question that I'd like to discuss because on this response. Yesterday, under direct examination, you explained your compliance practices, your good faith efforts that you've undertaken. And it's embodied in a statement here. If I could draw your attention to the bottom of page 38. The last full sentence, which starts 4 lines up from the bottom. It says, Sunsea takes part in the complaint process in good faith, invariably canceling contracts and issuing refunds, even where unjustified. Do you see that, Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
And you stated that you issue refunds whenever a customer asks, you issue a refund. Is that right?
No, we don't issue refund even if they ask. Just by filing a complaint, automatically get refunded.
You want to keep the customer satisfied?
Yes.
Even when unjustified?
Correct.
Was the refund check to Mr. Seth Yeasel, the witness yesterday, was that justified?
Yes.
What was it, $34, $35?
It was $38, 38.42, I believe so.
Thank you. Bless you. I'd like to use some of the exhibits now. We'll start with the CAD exhibits. We turn to CAD exhibit 3C. This is the one involving Mr. Yeasel.
Sure.
Okay. I'd like you to turn to page 15, which is a letter from Pepco to Mr. Yeasel. So if you flip through, it's like 7 or 8 pages in.
Page 15. Okay. 1, 2.
Has the Pepco logo at the top. Do you
Yes.
see that?
Mm-hmm.
Can you read me the date of that letter?
August 30th, 2022.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's the wrong letter. Just one page further. Do you have another Pepco letter?
Yes.
What's the date of that letter?
July 15, 2022.
Do you agree that this is a letter from the utility informing Mr. Yeasel that his supply has been transferred to Sunsea?
Yes.
What is the address of Sunsea in this letter?
$14.51 Choose Landing, Suite 100 in Clementon.
When was the last time you had an office in Clementon?
That was before 2020.
So three years ago.
Yes. 2019. That's right there.
Why is Pepco sending letters out in the summer of 2022 with a Clementon, New Jersey address that you haven't been at in years?
That means they didn't update. The Pepco did not update in their confirmation of switch that is sent to the customer. All right, they didn't update it to our Cherry Hill address. That's not our responsibility to get that updated. It's the responsibility of Pepco because we did notify them.
When did you notify them?
Before relaunching our marketing, all right. They have our updated address to send us our bills and everything.
Do other utilities that in the state of Maryland, do they still use the Clementon address?
I don't know, not that I'm aware of.
When were you made aware that Pepco was still using a Clementon address years after you've moved?
You just bringing this to my attention.
You haven't seen this
I have
document?
never. I don't see the letter that goes to the customer from the utility. So this is a Pepco infrastructure.
So
It's a Pepco issue, not Sunsea's. But
you would not use an incorrect address?
no.
And it's your statement that you don't see this letter because it's sent from Pepco directly to the
The
customer?
customer, yes, we don't get that as a supplier.
But if you did, you would call Pepco?
But we still, in this our old address, we still have mail forwarding. Any letter that goes here gets forwarded to us regardless. Okay. If any letter gets sent there mistakenly by any customer.
The mail is still being forwarded several years later?
Yes, we keep that up to date because of, for such reasons.
Just to be clear, you're not using any old addresses on current correspondence?
Oh, no.
Okay. Can I turn your attention to page 28, which is the check that you issued to Mr. Riesel for $38.45. It's another 10 pages beyond. Do you see the check?
Mm-hmm.
What's the address on the check?
It's our old address.
What's the date of the check?
September 2nd, 2022.
I see a signature on the check. Who signed the check?
That's mine.
Mr. Digway, about 1 minute ago, you testified that you would never use currently any incorrect or old address associated with Sunsea. How do you reconcile your testimony now that you're sending checks with old addresses?
Objection, Your Honor. I believe he testified that he doesn't use Sunsea's old address on correspondence.
Your objection is sustained. Mr. Dewey, do you use old addresses on Sunsea material aside from correspondence?
On Sunsea's material, no.
What about financial instruments?
This check is part of our old stack of checks. Right, that's why it's still, we're just using the final badge, probably. Yes.
And as the CEO of the company, and you have no vice president, you sign every check.
Correct, yes.
How many checks do you sign a month for refunds?
For refunds, in a month, I would say less than 10.
And you draw the refunds from this Bank of America checking account, is that right?
Yes.
Is this your refund account, or is this a general account?
Refund account.
Do you have more than one refund account?
Yes, I do have more than one.
How many refund accounts do you have?
2.
Can I ask why you have 2 refund accounts?
For accounting purposes.
Joy Faust. Is Joy still with Sunsea?
Yeah, Joy is still with Sunsea.
Does she manage these banking accounts?
She do not manage a banking account.
What's her
Okay,
role?
All right. She actually work with she work as well with the customer service team.
When did she move to customer service?
All right. No. She works with customer service team and also with the compliance team.
What was her role in 2020 when you last testified about Miss Joy Faust?
I believe she was with the, I can't recall right now, but I believe she was with the customer service team back then.
Could it be true? I know it was several years ago. Could it be true that she was with accounting?
Oh, yeah, she also worked with the accounting team, yes. Mm-hmm.
Do the accounting team, do they have access to these 2 refund accounts?
They can't issue checks, all right? The accounting team does the re-rate calculation, all right, and make sure, look at our P&L. They have their entire task.
Let's turn to Exhibit 5C. Last page, 5C.
Of the same document, right? Yeah.
No, 5C, not 3C. It's another
Got
big,
it.
you got it, okay. Last page, please. What are we looking at on this last page?
Another check.
Who signed this check?
I did.
Looks like it's the same bank, is that correct?
Yes. We have we have multiple accounts with Bank of America. Yes.
Is this account different than the one Mr. Yeasel was issued a check from?
Correct.
What is the address on this check?
That's my PA address. Pennsylvania address.
Where is Sunsea Energy headquartered?
Cherry Hill, New Jersey.
And what happens at the Sunsea Energy Pennsylvania address?
I'm a Pennsylvania resident. All right. Sometimes I work out of the Pennsylvania office. Sometimes I'm in the corporate office. So sometimes I'm in the PA address, PA office, yes.
Which office is the corporate office?
The corporate office is in Cherry Hill.
And this, what is the name of the town here?
That's in Collindale, Pennsylvania.
300 McDade Boulevard?
Correct.
Is this a satellite office? How do you refer to this office?
Yes, you can refer it as a satellite office, yes.
How many people work in that office?
I would say less than 10.
We established Sunsea has 30 employees. So would it be fair to say 10 work at McDade Boulevard and 20 work in Cherry Hill?
Correct.
I'm going to mark bench exhibit number 2.
But the satellite office is not for the public. Yes.
Mr. Digway, you have a document marked bench exhibit 2. What is that?
That's my satellite office in Pennsylvania, yes.
This is an image of 300 McDade Boulevard in Collingdale, Pennsylvania?
Yes.
What is the name of the business?
It says Easy Sales and Marketing, yes.
Does it say Sunsea Energy?
No, it doesn't say Sunsea Energy. I'm the owner of Easy Sales and Marketing.
How many Easy Sales and Marketing employees work at Collingdale, in Collingdale?
In Collingdale, there was a lot of them. Yeah, 300 plus.
Of the 2,000?
Yes.
And then, so 300 Easy Sales employees work in Collingdale.
Correct.
And then about 10 in Sunsea.
Correct.
Okay. Who are the 10 employees that work in the Collingdale location? I don't need names, just roles.
My QC team. All right, and this is just as I stated, this is a satellite office. All right, and at least 2-3 times a week we'll be at the corporate office. All right, because we have employees from Pennsylvania, some employees in New Jersey. Okay, the New Jersey office always, they always report to the New Jersey office. Pennsylvania employees sometimes will report to the PA office, the satellite office, or sometimes they will go to the corporate office. That depends on the, where we plan to meet on that on that day. It depends where we have meetings and so on.
I have only a few more questions, but I know we're running long. We're going to take a lunch recess at this point. I'll have a few more questions, then I'll turn it over to my colleagues, Mr. Adigwe. During the lunch hour, you are not to speak to your attorneys or anybody about your testimony. That includes using cellular telephone, phone calls to anybody regarding your testimony is prohibited. Do you understand?
Yes.
Thank you. We are in recess till 1:45 p.m. Commission will come to order, resuming in case number 9646. I have about 5 minutes left of examination of the witness, then I'll turn it over to my colleagues to see if they have any questions. Mr. Digwe, if you could please turn to CAD Exhibit 4C. I don't have a page number, but it's a little more than halfway through the packet. It's a Sunsea Energy document that states notice of cancellation. It's a little more than halfway through the package.
Your Honor, just so I'm clear, is it the notice of cancellation that it has a blank date of transaction, or the one that has the printed dates in it?
Oh, thank you. There are two. The one that has the date August 26, 2022.
Great.
Yes.
Mr. Digwe, you are aware of the rescission period in Maryland. Is that true?
Yes.
And how long is the rescission period?
I believe 3 business days.
And when does the rescission period end? At what time on the third day?
On the 3rd day, I would say 11:59 p.m.
That's close enough. Midnight.
Mm-hmm.
So on this notice of cancellation, what is the rescission date?
August 26, 2022, plus 3 business days.
And what is the date of the transaction reflected on this notice of cancellation?
What is the date?
What is the date at the top of the page?
That's August 26, 2022. That's date of transaction.
Thank you. If we turn to page, it's about page 9. You have a document that has Sunsea Energy at the top.
Mm-hmm.
It's responding to the complaint. What is the service start date?
What, page 9?
Let me confirm the page number. 3, 5, 7, 9, yes, the ninth page.
9th page, okay, let me count that real quick.
It has Sunsea at the top.
There's multiple document with Sunsea at the top. I believe you. Are you referring to this?
No. Maybe I'm counting wrong too. Now I have it right. The ninth page on 4C. We're at Exhibit 4C.
Okay. Let me count that. Yeah, that's the document. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Like me to help him find it?
Yes, please.
No, I got it. Don't worry.
No.
The 9th page. Mm-hmm.
I don't believe he has it.
May I approach?
You may. Correct.
Oh, I didn't see that. Oh, so it's front and back. Okay. Yes.
Okay, we're on page 9.
Mm-hmm.
What's the service start date?
8/26/2022.
And what is the service end date?
8/26/2022.
And a short while ago I asked you the date of the transaction. Do you remember that date?
You asked for the date on the notice of cancellation,
Yes.
and that was 8/26/2022, plus 3 business days as indicated under the notice of cancellation.
So is it Sunsea's policy to start service on the date of transaction. Same day.
Our start service date is the date we receive from the utility. We don't control those dates. All right, we can only go by the date the utility informs Sunsea, hey, this service will commence on so date.
And what is the start service date of this contract?
The utility told us, yes, this service will start with Sunsea on 8/26/2022.
And what was the date of the transaction?
The date this transaction was done,
On the notice of cancellation.
8/20. We informed the customer, hey, your notice of cancellation, you still have 3 days right to rescind. All right, from 8/26/2022. If they want to rescind their agreement, they still have 3 additional business days. This contract, this customer was enrolled on 8/20/2022.
So if August 26th, add 3 business days for the weekend, and we're at August 31st, thereabouts.
Yes, pretty much. Yes, if it falls, if there is a weekend day included.
So are you stating that the start service date on page 9 is incorrect? Is that not the actual service date?
This is the service date we were issued by the utility. We don't control the start service date.
Thank you. Let me direct your attention to CAD Exhibit 5C. 5C. In the middle of the package, you'll find the handwritten agreement with the customer, if you could find that.
Five C.
Correct.
CAD.
Yes.
Oh.
And again, Mr. Chairman, are you talking about the handwritten electric service purchase form or the natural gas?
Thank you. The electric.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, I'm there.
What is the date that the contract was signed by the customer and the sales agent?
For the electric?
Yes.
It should be 8/28/2022.
If you flip the sheet over forward 1 page, you'll see a document from BGE. There's actually
Flip.
there,
To the back?
Forward.
Forward. Oh, yeah.
1 page forward.
And what I have here is still part of my terms and condition.
The overweight.
The
Is it
opposite
backward then?
direction. All right, go back to the page that you were just at.
Oh, let me see myself. 1 sec. Oh, 1 page forward. Okay.
Correct. Okay.
Yes.
What is that document?
August 29, 2022.
Explain to me if the contract was signed at the customer's door on 8/28, that BGE is sending out a letter the very next day to the customer. How does the process work? I'm only focused on electric.
Okay. When a customer signs a contract, we have an internal CRM that the agent scans that contract and we automatically get a copy. All right.
CRM?
We have a CRM.
What is CRM?
Oh, an electronic process. Basically, a CRM. You can maybe call it an app.
Okay.
All right. You know, for data transfer.
What does CRM stand for?
CRM. A CRM can be a portal. It's like your computer system. You know.
Well, what does CRM stand for, though?
CRM.
If you don't know.
I don't know the actual meaning.
Okay. I've never heard of CRM. Okay. So there's an app that sends this customer contract.
Yes, the agents have to scan the customer contract
Okay. Where does the contract go?
straight, all right, to our data entry team.
In Cherry Hill?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So they get a copy of the contract that gets, and our QC team also get a copy of the contract. All right. Our QC does this QC stuff on the contract to make sure at least the information is accurate and so on. All right. Then the QC makes an attempt to calls the customer. All right. But that's only 40%. We only get 40% success. All right. If you're unable to read the customer, we have another database that we use to check, hey, does this phone number belongs to the customer? Is this the customer's address and so on? So if the QC is comfortable with the enrollment, the data entry is given a thumbs up, hey, you can proceed in enrolling the customer. All right. That's a special process for the state of Maryland because we are required to have a paper contract, wet signature contract before any enrollment can be done.
That happens in Cherry Hill. How does BGE find out about the contract?
Once the data entry submits the enrollment through EDI, we have an EDI communication with BGE. Yes.
So this all happens conceivably same day.
Yes, it can happen same day.
And that's why BGE is issuing the letter the next day.
Yes, and in the state of Maryland, we get very fast response. That I'm very impressed with.
If the customer has a 3 business day rescission period, and Sunsea is transmitting this almost instantaneously, same day, to the utility, does that not effectively remove the protections of the rescission period?
The rescission period is informing the customer, hey, you have the right to cancel within 3 business days. All right. And if they cancel, if their service let's say they reach out to us and their service have not started, we discontinue the service right away. All right. So as to make sure they don't get billed.
Here, this letter from BGE says your new supplier is going to be effective September 1st. This is all happening very quickly. They're at the door August 28th. This is processed same day in Cherry Hill. BGE mails a letter to the customer on August 29th, very next business day. Is there no rescission period at that point? The BGE says you will be on our electric service September 1. Where's the rescission? Where's the 3 business day rescission period?
We do not control the date BGE starts the service.
That wasn't my question.
All right. So how do we go about controlling that? We inform the customer, hey, listen, you still have 3 business days to resend. And if they do resend, we discontinue the service with BGE. We make sure BGE discontinue the service.
That doesn't give them a lot of time, though, because you don't hold the contracts for 3 days, correct?
Yes, I would say, yeah.
Your testimony is you process the contracts and send it to the utility as fast as possible, correct?
Yes. Remember, this is door-to-door sales. The customer is giving everything right there at the door.
I'd like to turn your attention to CAD exhibit number 6.
Mr. Chairman, you said CAT Exhibit 6C?
Yes. Mr. Digway, if you could find the natural gas handwritten contract, it's about towards the middle of the package. What's the date of the contract? It's about 3/4 of the way through the package.
Richard, is it for the wet signature?
Yes. What signature?
For electric?
Yes.
Yes. 10/2/2022.
Yeah, Commissioner, you said natural gas earlier.
Did I? Is there a natural gas contract in here?
Both in here.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We have two contracts in here.
Mm-hmm.
Both contracts are signed on the same day, is that right?
Yes.
October 2nd? Okay. If we go a little forward in the package, you'll see a welcome letter from Sunsea to the customer.
Yes.
Do you see the date on that letter?
Yes.
What's the date?
Then 3/2022.
So the very next day.
Correct.
So is it fair to say Sunsea's business practice is that it processes the electric and natural gas contracts either the same day or the very next day?
For every enrollment we receive at the door, all right, our system, depending the time we get that file, all right, if there is, the departments that handles this in my organization, if they're still open, they will at least generate the welcome letter that needs to go to the customer right away. All right.
But we've established that the utility is also made aware almost right away that the customer has signed a contract, correct?
Correct. Yes.
So it's not the practice of Sunsea to hold these contracts for a 3-day cooling off period, is that correct?
Yes, it's not the practice.
Okay, thank you. If we turn to, this is 3, 5, 7, 8, let's turn to page 8. It's the first page of your terms of service. There's a lot of text on the page.
Page 8.
Yes. It's the first page of Sunsea Energy Terms of Service.
Yes.
Okay. If we go down to number 5, termination fees and penalties, can you please read aloud the first sentence?
Customer may cancel this agreement about 30 days prior to written notice to Sunsea Energy.
Is that Sunsea Energy's policy?
It is a very break contract. Customers can cancel at any time they so wish.
So they don't need 30 days prior written notice to Sunsea?
They don't need that.
Why is it in the contract?
It's there for legal reasons, but a customer under a variable rate contract can cancel at any time.
What do you mean it's there for legal reasons?
I do believe the template of our terms and condition all right, we follow what the what's posted on whatever site or whatever you know, on each state site. All right, so
Is it your testimony that this language is on the PSC website?
I don't work on the contracts.
Who does?
All right, no, I have a team that
Okay.
does their job. That the legal team does their job. All right, so
A moment ago, you said you didn't have legal department. Who is your legal team that works?
no,
on
the people you know. I have a team that is their job is to design our contract, and we send it out to a local council, no, to an outside council. Look at this, and let us know if there anything you want adjusted or something like that. You know, is there anything you think that needs to be done? You know, we want our contract to be practically tight, legally tight.
So you have a legal team that prepared this terms of service.
I'm not going to call the person a lawyer. He's not a lawyer, all right? But you can basically call the person a paralegal or whatever, you understand, you know?
And it's the job of this individual to write.
We get it done, and we'll send it out to any of our, you know, lawyers representing us to say, please, can you take a look at this and let us know if there is anything you want adjusted or anything.
So these were reviewed for legal sufficiency.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And this individual, you said he is or is not a Sunsea employee? The individual.
Is actually done by one of our consultants.
He's a consultant.
Mm-hmm.
And this is obviously your old terms of service. This was from October of 2022, right?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you've made changes more recently, correct?
But these same terms of service were submitted to CAD and so on. All right. All these documents.
Was it submitted to CAD for review and approval?
Yes.
And what did CAD say?
We don't get response when we send out contracts for approval.
Do you?
Even to date, the document we are using that was sent over by Philip Little, my current attorney, to CAD for approval, to today we do not have official approval. This is the only state that's done.
How many times have you reached out to CAD and received no response?
Multiple times.
Who in CAD do you reach out to?
Okay. I'll give you an example.
Well, just answer my question.
Okay, who in CAD? I personally know. We've reached out to Mr. Pete Wilson.
Okay.
And we don't get.
Okay, Mr. Wilson is not in CAD.
Okay, PSC.
Okay, and you.
I believe they all work side by side.
Let's turn to Sunsea Exhibit number 4. Tell me what document that is, and then I'll wrap things up.
Sunsea Exhibit 4?
Yes.
Yes, I have it in front of me.
Let's turn to page. Well, tell me what the document is.
This is our this is the contract, our wet signature contract.
This is the new current version, correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And when did this one become effective?
We started using it in January 9th, 2023.
Thank you. I have January 6th, but let's just say January. If you could turn to page 3, top of page 3.
The only thing missing in this document, as I stated earlier, is the notice of cancellation.
That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
Top of page 3, you'll see termination fees and penalties. Can you read that first sentence?
customer may cancel this agreement upon 30 days prior to written notice of Sunsea Energy. Sunsea Energy Sunsea Energy may terminate this agreement within 30 days written notice.
Okay, thank you. Was that the same sentence that you read a moment ago in the older 2022 terms of service contract?
Basically, the more I read this now, the more I understand what we imply in here with this legal terminology. We basically informing the customer we also reserve the right to cancel the agreement at any time. All right, and we'll give them a 30 days written notice if we do decide to, discontinue their service.
I was only asking about the first sentence, not the second.
Okay.
But the customer may cancel the agreement upon 30 days written notice to Sunsea. I'll ask you the question again I asked you with the previous exhibit. Is this Sunsea's policy?
Yes, it's Sunsea policies, yes.
Would you be surprised to learn that under the Maryland Code of Regulations, Title 20, Subtitle 53, Chapter 4, Regulation 2, F, a supplier may not require that a customer provide it with advance notice, written or otherwise, before the customer switches to another supplier or to SOS. The regulation effectively prohibits suppliers from requiring written notice from the customer. And what I'm reading here is that you are requiring 30 days written notice, notwithstanding the fact that you just testified that the customer may cancel at any time.
At any time, yes.
So would you agree that your new and improved terms of service are in clear violation of state regulations?
I disagree with that. I disagree with that because if you, on this actual statement, if you read further, it's basically, where is it? Page 1. We inform the customer, hey, you can cancel at any time. You don't need 30 days.
Why does it say 30 days? On page 3.
We holding our rights. It's our right to tell the customer, hey, as well, listen, if we so decide to cancel your agreement, all right,
No,
we will inform you.
Mr. Digway, I'm not
Go ahead.
talking about the second sentence. I'm only focused on the first. Customers may cancel this agreement upon 30 days written prior notice to Sunsea Energy.
But let me make it so simple. To date, we've not got any customer that that have stopped their cancellation because of such a statement.
Thank you. I would move bench exhibits 1 and 2 into evidence, barring any objection. Hearing none, bench exhibits 1 and 2 are moved into evidence. I yield to my colleague, Commissioner Bubar, for examination.
Thank you. I had a lot of questions that you addressed, Chairman, related to the multiple addresses, so I won't repeat those. I did want to better understand, I think there was a line of questioning maybe from OPC earlier, when you talked about firing the agents that work for either Marketing Made Easy or 300 Marketing, who actually does that firing? Because I believe when you testified yesterday, I gathered the impression that you were a decision maker on firing those individuals. So I wanted to better understand that if they're not your employees, exactly how those decisions get made and communicated.
All right. Since the agents are not direct employees of Sunsea, all right, when Sunsea determines that, okay, they don't want this agent selling Sunsea products or representing Sunsea in any capacity, my compliance team terminates the agents right away and deactivates their access to, earlier I used the word CRM, our portal. You can call it portal or whatever name best fits. We inform the marketer, hey, this agent can no longer represent Sunsea Energy. Now, is the job of the marketer, I don't know what they do with the agent, all right, because we don't pay the agent. It's the job of the marketer to pay the agent. An agent is an independent contractor of the marketer and not our employee.
Okay, so the termination is basically a termination of their ability to work under your contract.
Correct, yes.
All right, thank you. I think you answered this morning too, but I just want to clarify. So when there was discussion yesterday, and I think it might have been as part of your testimony, when there is a verification of everything that happened, who is doing that? Are your employees doing that, or the marketing team? The quality assurance calls and everything.
Yes, no, our employee.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
When you are training the marketing employees, or when the marketing employees are being trained, is there any discussion about the actual product that you are offering, and how are these marketing employees? How are these marketing employees told to market it in terms of, why would anyone want to buy the product that you are offering? What are the attributes that make it attractive for somebody want to buy it? Is that kind of dialogue take place with your marketing folks?
We explain to most customers, hey, do you know you have the right and the power to choose an energy supplier? All right, most consumers are uneducated. They really think they have just one choice, which is just the utility. All right, so we educate the customer about the entire deregulation, their rights as well. All right, and most folks, to just summarize it, most folks don't know they have the right to choose. All right, so it's that after teaching them about the right to choose, we now inform them about the product being offered. All right, to the consumer.
What makes the product attractive? Because, well, at least of the exhibits that we've seen, it's definitely more expensive than SOS. Sometimes
Correct.
twice as much.
We inform the customer that, yeah, for example, signing up with Sunsea, we have to offset, buy RECs on their behalf. All right, to offset, their carbon offset, their carbon footprint. All right. We also inform we let them know, hey, we do not guarantee any savings. There is no savings in our product practically. All right, we can really compete with the local utility. All right, but from our observation so far, most customer wants to exercise their right to choose that they totally unaware of.
Okay. You've testified that in all cases, refunds are issued automatically. Of all of the cases that we've discussed, included in the exhibits that have been entered, can you offer your opinion or observation? Do you admit wrongdoing to any of these issues that have been provided in the complaints?
Personally, no. Sunsea, no, because we are doing our job. But, personally, no. Sunsea, no. But we understand, all right, that if something goes wrong out there, yes, we will be held responsible. All right, that's why we studied the type of complaints that we were receiving from the PSC last year, October. All right, when it was brought to my attention, I say, hey, no, if this is what we are getting, this kind of complaints, I have marketing experience. So sometimes when I get a complaint, okay, I'm thinking both sides. All right, I'm thinking both sides. Okay, the agent, this is what the customer is saying, this is what the agent said. Oh, okay, you know what? I don't want to keep exposing my organization to such complaints. All right, but according to the Maryland COMA rules, every enrollment must have a paper contract. All right, so observing that, that's why I invested in a new TPV process to limit Sunsea's exposure to future complaints. That's all I can do. I can, from October, post-marketing, we post-marketing voluntarily. All right, we did that. Oh, listen, this is too much. This cannot continue. We must nip this in the bud. All right, and worked with a TPV 368 third-party verification to incorporate their their process into ours to see how it can limit further exposure. I don't want to be exposed as a business person.
Okay. Thank you. I think I have one last question, and it has to do with Sunsea 9, which is your solicitation agreement with 300 Marketing Group.
Sure.
And I think it's on the third to the last page. In my version, it's actually in writing. It's number 19. It says, once Sunsea Energy becomes a public traded company, 300 Marketing Group will have to have 50,000 active meters flowing on Sunsea Energy list of customers. But I was just wondering if you could give a little bit perspective or insight on what it means by once it becomes a publicly traded company. Is that something that's in the works?
Yes.
Can you provide any more information on that?
All right. For example, 300 Market, I remember this, this deal being put together. They wanted to buy some shares and so on. I told them, hey, it's not yet publicly traded, so that cannot be done. All right, so it's part of the agreement we placed with them. I listen. If you can build our book of business, all right. It's about 50,000 customers. All right, by then, it's still in the works. I'm still trying to get it into a publicly traded company. Yes. And once it does that, yes, that I basically put that in the contract to know that yes, this is what we agreed upon. All right, before you could. That was the contract negotiation between Sunsea and 300 Marketing.
Okay. I think those are all my questions, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Let's see. A lot has been covered at this point, so I want to try to be careful not to repeat. But I did want to go back to a question first that Commissioner Bubar just asked. She was discussing products and marketing and how you go about trying to persuade a potential customer to pay more for the product than they would otherwise if they just stayed with their utility, SOS, or potentially another competitor. Because everything we see before us, all your products are much more expensive.
Correct.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you say that you market something, a green product. You product that's
100% renewable.
Renewables. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Can you go back? That was something I thought we discussed in the previous complaint. Do you recall that there were some limitations placed on your representations on green products?
Limitations?
Yeah.
On Sunsea being able to provide.
Didn't you go back and actually change your website to remove some of those references to green products because they weren't compliant with Maryland and our marketing requirements?
All right. Which, as you do, so maybe I should stop using the word green. We do purchase.
Use what's
all right.
honest and accurate.
Correct.
Okay.
Renewable. All right. That's why each customer, before enrolling, we advise them to read the contracts.
Okay. Well, is there anything in the well, you haven't provided anything about your products at all to us for this case. Is that correct? I mean, you've given us,
The
contracts. But
the
we don't
contract
know-
explains the products.
And it talks in detail, necessary detail about RECs, the purchase of RECs, and what's.
We have that in the contracts.
What exhibit are you looking at?
Yeah.
Yeah, one sec. I'm just trying to locate the word here. It's natural gas. It's fine. Electricity. All right. On the electric contract summary.
Okay.
Let's use the. Yes, I believe that's okay. This is not. 2 pages after page 5.
It says for customers receiving a renewable energy product.
Incentives. These 100% renewable energy products match with your electricity consumption with nationally sourced renewable energy certificate RECs that have been certified by state or regional renewable portfolio standard administrator. See your terms and conditions for additional details.
Okay, terms. So do you have the terms and conditions? I mean, do you have any
Yeah,
detail about
the terms and conditions is also accompanied. Is also accompanied in the contract.
Mr. Dewey, did the commission on October 7, 2020 not find Sunsea in violation for its marketing practices of a green product?
October when again?
October 7th, 2020 at the hearing. The commission found violations regarding your green product and it was being deceptively advertised on your website. Do you not remember that?
I can't remember that, but
who are you purchasing?
if that's on the record, I can't remember that. But if that's on record, so be it.
It is on the record, but it is concerning that you don't recall that the commission found Sunsea in violation with respect to RECs and green products. Who do you buy your RECs from?
I don't know their name by heart, but I have a consulting firm that handles all that to make sure
You don't
we are
know?
I don't know it. I don't know it by heart. I don't know it by offhand.
And do they buy the RECs in Ohio, New Jersey, New York, District of
No,
Columbia?
we do have rec brokers. Okay, yeah, I still got to pay the invoice, so I remember.
What percentage of your product is green?
Our contract does not state green.
What percentage of your contract is 100% renewable?
What percentage of the contract?
Of the product being tendered in the contract?
It says 100%.
Says what?
According to our contract, it says 100%. All right, so
So you're backing every electric sale with 100% RECs. You're buying RECs for all of the kilowatt hours that you're supplying to your customers.
what's required by the regulation?
No, there is no regulation.
Okay. Oh, there is no regulation on that? Wow.
Do you buy RECs for your natural gas product? Do you remember us having this conversation?
That's not required for natural gas.
Did you have a renewable natural gas product?
Natural gas can be renewable. No.
Is
I gotta
that
look.
not-
I don't. Yes, we don't. No, there is no renewable because of that will have been stated in the contract summary.
Your testimony today, sir, is in contradiction to your testimony that you've previously given the commission. Commissioner Richard, thank you for your indulgence.
Oh, no, thank you. I'm glad you were able to find that. It was just sort of a memory. But, okay, and again, as I'm looking at the contract, and again, I don't want to stay here too long, but it just says for a customer receiving a renewable energy contract. I mean, this is somewhat boilerplate, right? I mean, so
No, all
we
our
don't-
customer.
Okay, so
All our customer.
so every product that's being sold
That's-
right now, these are all being billed as 100% renewable energy products. Is that
Yes.
is that what I understand now?
Yes.
Okay. I guess what I'd like to turn to here just for a moment, and hopefully not repeating anything, is just really understanding your management of your marketing company. I mean, that is, basically the core of how you obtain customers, correct? Door to door, and you contract out that service.
Yes,
correct?
we do.
And you've acknowledged that you are responsible for for every door-to-door sales contact. Is that correct?
Yes, that is accurate.
That-
Because
that's the regulation.
that's why I'm here.
Okay. And just as I'm looking at this contract, and just so I understand Sunsea 9, this is a typical contract. This is a contract you have in place right now with a company that is doing business in Maryland. Is that correct? This is the
Currently, there is no company doing business in Maryland, but as of then, yes.
300 Marketing?
Yes.
Okay, well, then I was going to ask you about that. Earlier, I thought you said that you do have other companies that you use in Maryland.
No, you just said currently, and I said no. But as of when we were still marketing in Maryland, when marketing operation was going on, yes.
Okay, so this is the only company that you're doing business with right now in Maryland, and they are providing your agents that go door to door. Just this company.
When we were marketing, they were one of the company. They were not, that's not the only company, but.
Okay, and did they all use this exact same contract?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And you make reference to a sales script in several places, and also in this the manual. I guess you're calling this the manual. You didn't provide a copy of that script, did you?
Sales script?
Yeah, the sales script that it says that the contractor must use approved sales script. Later on, vendor shall conduct. Well, it basically makes reference to this sales script in the manual and also in the contract.
Because
so this exists, right? There is a sales script.
Yes.
Okay.
But this contract, it's our contract template, and it practically covers telemarketing and door to door, if I could recall. Let me see. But right now we no more in the telemarketing. We no more in the telemarketing business. All right. We do provide a marketer. All right, hey, this is what we prefer an agent to say at the door. But that's not provided. I can get that over later on.
Okay. And you didn't provide that for us, that script?
Yes,
okay.
That's not provided.
The reason you didn't provide that for us, I mean, it sounds like it's pretty key to the customer interaction with your agents at the door, because you state, in the contract with the vendor, and also that in the sales, I guess you call it the sales manual. This is Sunsea number 8. That is also a requirement of your sales agents. This script. Is that correct?
We have our sales script that we prefer an agent to say at the door. All right, that we teach our agent, hey, let's say somebody has never done marketing in their life and they don't know how to.
Okay, no, I understand that.
All right, so.
We don't have a copy of that. Could we get a copy of that script?
Yes, I'll be able to get that.
Okay. All right, yeah, if I can make that a bench request, I would like to have an opportunity to see that, because it seems like that's an important part of understanding how you manage your agents. And just as far as, again, managing your agents, you have in here the clause, there should be, conduct quality control checks and frequent audits on the solicitation process. So in your quality control, do you have any records or anything about these frequent audits or solicitations, basically audits?
Because every sale that comes in to Sunsea for enrollment goes through my QC team.
Okay.
All right, to either give it a thumb up, yes, they spoke to the customer approves everything, or that department is only 40% successful in reaching the consumer, and we have all the stuff that we do, that we check so as to make sure, this is truly the customer's information. Because the majority of the time, to be frankly speaking, if it's a fraudulent sale, the data collected will be wrong.
Oh, okay.
The data being presented to us will be wrong.
Okay.
There will be something wrong, either a wrong phone number, wrong email.
Is how you hold your vendor accountable. I mean, we're here today because that despite the fact that you paid a fine for violations and you paid a fine as a result of an order in August 2021, you're back here again because there were continued problems with your door-to-door agents. Back then it wasn't door-to-door related. It was a telephonic issue.
All right, and because of that judgment, we actually post. We don't, I want to be able to sleep at night. So any channel giving me headache, I rather get rid of them. All right, so back then it was telemarketing related issue. We post and discontinue telemarketing service, and
So this just kind of shifted from a telemarketing vendor problem now to a door-to-door problem. Again, it's just the misrepresentations. It seems to be the slamming. The same things are occurring. So again, that's why I'm trying to understand your management or your attention to management of your vendor, and you really haven't provided us any, I guess, evidence of how you go about that. You state things in your contract, correct?
Mm-hmm.
But what evidence that you are providing? You're doing these audits, these quality control checks. The frequent the frequent audits and the quality control checks. Because wouldn't that have caught these problems had you been doing that?
We were doing that.
Okay.
It's the job of my QC team. You understand? They cannot catch everything. All right, they can only do their best in catching whatever they can catch. Whatever they catch, yes, we comply.
And your company right now is like worst in category in Maryland. So that's again why we're particularly concerned about your company's ability to manage whether it's, obviously you're not doing telephone solicitations anymore, but your ability now to handle door-to-door solicitations. So,
Sorry, was there a question at the end of it?
Yes, I
was
can.
about to elaborate, so-
Let me elaborate. All right, thank you.
he cut me off with his,
All right. So when we get complaints, I have experience in marketing. All right. When we get complaints, specifically third party marketing complaints, depending on the severity of the complaints, we take a look at it. All right. And I observe that, wow, I can continue doing business in this state if I'm getting such complaints coming through my door. All right. I have to take a hold of this and stop it right away. That's why I took the initiative in October of 2020 to pause marketing. All right, now what can I do so as to make sure the type of complaints that I'm receiving does not continue? All right, I can help what has happened in the past. That's gone. That's done and that's gone. So let me make sure that does not continue. All right. That's why I partnered up with a third party TPV company, all right, who built some added controls in their app, in their CRM, to reduce Sunsea's further exposures. I don't want to continue getting complaints. We're paying a lot of money to this marketer for these sales.
Yeah.
All right,
Okay.
and I only want good business coming through my door. I don't want.
Okay. Well, one of the decisions we're needing to make today, as you know, is ceasing any harm going forward. So we have to consider that. And again, it's why I asked you questions about the management of your vendor to date. And so I think I've gotten what I need from that. On this TPV,
But as you can see, in October at least, I post my marketing to make sure I get the problem fixed. I don't want complaints coming through. I'm trying to make sure I get as little complaints as possible. All right, but
Okay. Well,
The witness has to wait for a question. This isn't a conversation.
correct.
okay. Well, I guess then, do you have a contract with TPV 360, or what is the relationship you have with this new?
The third party TPV provider.
Okay, and you have a contract with them. Do you have anything?
Oh yes,
that
yes, we have a contract with them.
demonstrates that you use? Do you use their app?
Yeah, we use their services. We use their services, and I can put it on the record. I've been impressed so far. To the extent I launched it nationwide in any state Sunsea is doing business, so as to limit any exposure coming from any other state, not just the state.
Okay, so you have a contract, and you can demonstrate that you have an arrangement with the company TPV.
Yes, I can provide that. Yes.
Okay. I'd be interested in seeing that.
Okay.
I guess, and finally, just, we're also looking at the violations that occurred, right after, you paid the violation, you paid the fine for the August 18th, 2021. You use the term superfluous atonement, that you believe that somehow we should dismiss this and not send it to the Pull J. And I'd just like to understand your rationale. I mean, there are real violations that took place right after the last violations that you were fined for. What did you mean by that? I mean, shouldn't we be looking into the violations that have occurred?
It's totally this commission's choice, but I think I should actually be given a credit.
A credit?
Yes, that shows that, wow, we are proactive in resolving any issues that comes our way. All right? So today, here we go, going through contracts and so on. We don't get any response we don't get CAT telling us, hey, you guys need to redo this contract. We took it upon ourselves by studying the precedents of what's going on in this court with other cases, and said, wow, okay, yes, something needs to be done. We need to get this updated. All right.
Okay, I hear what you're saying, but again, there are violations right on the heels of, you were cited and fined for violations just the previous year. So
the violation was
again, you think you would somehow absolve yourself by paying $400,000 once, and then you can just continue to generate violations? I just don't understand this logic.
Let it be a record. No matter the marketing done, there will always be complaint. We deal in a consumer industry. No, as far as you contacting people, there will always be complaint. I'll give you an example with the retailing. All right.
There will always be regulators that will fine, I guess.
No, I understand that. I don't want to keep exposing
Mr. Digwe, this is not a conversation.
Yeah, it's okay.
Please, stop.
I am treating this probably like a hearing. I have no other questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Richard. Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Adigwe, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I want to make sure you hear me.
Thank you.
Your last exchange kind of blew me away, sir. I want to make sure I heard you correctly with Commissioner Richard. Were you saying you should be rewarded for your proactivity in this area? Is that what I heard you say?
If maybe that didn't come out right, I was basically trying to say is I didn't just sit there, didn't do anything about it based on the complaint we were receiving. All right, I did something about it to limit Sunsea's energy further exposure to any kind of further complaint, so as to make sure those type of complaints we are getting now, all right, it stops.
Well, you suggested you should be given a credit. That's kind of like a reward. To me, that's kind of like, we're doing well. And I heard that time and time again over the last 2 days. First of all, your council opened with, we only had X number of complaints. In the context of things, and I'm paraphrasing, that's not too bad. 41, 2.5%, whatever the percentage is, that's not real serious. So let me start there with my questions. Staff counsel for CAD asked you, how many complaints are acceptable? You said something nebulous like, I don't want to hear any complaints. How many complaints are acceptable to you, sir?
If it's possible to get 0 complaints, I will be the happiest man on earth.
Now, I didn't ask you what made you happy. I asked you what's acceptable to you.
if we get, I will basically say, an average of 50 complaints for 10,000 customer, yes, I think that's fair.
Okay, so that's acceptable. Well, how about 100 complaints? Where do you draw the line? Obviously, it's more than what you have now because you think that's okay. So you think you could get more complaints and still be okay. That's not why we have you here, sir. So I'm just trying to probe your understanding of the severity of your practice. Is 100 okay?
I don't want to get 100 complaints in the state. No.
Okay, well, somewhere between 50 and 100, Mr. Chairman. That's probably the closest I can determine. But it's not my understanding of things, Mr. Adigwe. You told Commissioner Bubar when she asked you, do you hold yourself responsible in any way for any wrongdoing in these proceedings or in this evidentiary trail? You said no. Can you please expand on that? You're not responsible for sitting in that witness box with pending regulatory action? As the CEO of the company, you're not responsible for any of it.
I'm the president, right? So, yes, I'm responsible. Sunsea is responsible because of Sunsea have to. It's not the marketing firm that is going to be called in here to go through all this, to go through such a case. But I actually don't. Anyway, my feeling does not matter. So we are being held responsible. All right. So all I can only do is make sure I protect my organization. So that's all I can do.
Well, this is the second time in a short period of time we've had you for similar matters before us, and the answer you just gave me is very different than the answer you gave Commissioner Bubar, which was, no, I'm not responsible. I'm just doing my job, I think. My words. Okay, let me move on. When you said you signed about 10 refund checks a month, were they Maryland refunds?
No, in general, statewide, no.
Statewide? You mean your entire, all states or Maryland? What are you talking about?
Yes. State. Sunsea is currently in 5 states. Yes, we give it about 5 refund checks. Yes, in a month.
And how
About
long
10,
is
sorry.
the complaint period in question? How long is the complaint period currently in question?
This complaint period, I believe the first complaint came in July. I believe this was from July to January, I believe so.
And how many, during that period, how many refunds have you issued in Maryland?
For this case, I believe we should have issued 41.
41, but you said 10 on average. Of all
Per
the
month.
states.
Per month.
Get it? I don't get it. Maryland's such an outlier. Why are you operating like this in Maryland where you're such an outlier on refunds?
10 refund on the average per month combined in not just Maryland. I'm not saying just Maryland, okay? New Jersey, New York, DC, Ohio, all the states we are in. All right. That was a rough estimation.
You just said 41 in Maryland.
Yeah, all this complaint was based on 41 card complaints that came in.
That's more than 10. That's more than 10 a month. If you put your other ones in there, I'm sure you're going to get up there pretty high. Gotta be. Gotta be. I mean, you can't be issuing 41 in all the states.
Correct.
Well, I'm asking you, right, so what's the problem in Maryland? What makes you such an outlier in Maryland? You think we're easy here? You think we don't take our regulatory structure Serious?
I don't think you guys are. I don't think you guys are easy. It's easy, or no commission is easy. No state is easy. All right. All we know is, all I do is try to make every customer that files a PLC complaint. I want to make them whole. I want to make them happy. Case closed.
Case closed. Okay, let me move on. I want to talk to you about your hiring practices. You talked yesterday a lot about this agent gets fired, and this agent gets fired, and this agent gets fired, and this agent gets fired. There was a lot of firing going on. And we've heard some questions about firing today. So when all these people get fired, what do you do? Actually, let me back up. How do these companies recruit their employees that they provide to you? Where do they recruit? How's it work?
It's the job of the marketing firm. I don't control the marketing firm.
Let me ask you this. Do you set out any minimum standards like a high school diploma or GED or equivalent training, marketing experience, pass a background test, pass a basic drug test? Do you set out any of those standards in contract?
Yes. Yes, before they send us those details, before they send, hey, we now have 5 customers, here goes their detail, here goes their full information, and then we now set up a training class.
So what are the standards that you contractually sign off with the supplying agency that's going to provide these marketers, your agents that you're responsible for?
Correct.
What are the minimum standards of qualification that you provide to the marketer, to the agency?
First, we want to make sure they don't have no. First, we want to make sure they don't have no criminal background.
Okay, a background check.
Correct. That's on our contract. Obviously, they got to be of age, 21 and above, 21 and above to represent Sunsea Energy. All right. Of age, they got to be 21 and above.
21. Okay, I just
Correct.
want to clarify what of age was.
Correct. What are the other things? It's all stated in our daughter contract with the marketer.
Right, well, yesterday you described firing this one and firing that one and firing another one and firing this one and firing that one. In this case, we fire this one, and in this case, we fire that one. And if we find out this, we fire that one. What changes at the hiring process so that you don't have to keep firing these people? Because they don't seem to be protecting the consumer interests of the citizens of the state of Maryland. So why don't you change something so you're not getting these people who act on your behalf, who are your agents and you're responsible for, but you keep bringing this, it appears that you keep bringing the same quality of person on board to go knocking on Maryland citizens' doors.
Very good. That's why we post marketing in October of 2022. First, all right, we've seen many scenarios whereby, customers will sign up for the program, all right, get billed for 3 months and so on. Now they want to change their mind. They will call my customer service team and try to deny that they didn't enroll into the program or so on. Now, if we have a TPV, all right, we'll normally be able to, play it right. Hey, this is you on this TPV. Do you recall doing this? Oh, yeah, I did that. All right. We've seen many scenarios. All right. So in 2022, when we relaunch marketing, all right, this is a state I don't recognize that I don't recognize TPV. All right. According to your COMA rule, all customers must sign a wet signature paper contract. So we didn't incorporate that. All right. So observing that, I said, wow, this enrollment process of just customers signing a contract, getting a copy at the door, there's no way I can defend myself that if a customer calls me tomorrow and say, hey, I never did it, I just want my money back. I never did it. Sometimes we get customers that, hey, I'm going to sue you guys if you don't send me 5,000, $5,000 check and so on. All right.
So are you offering to this commission that a lot of your problems are because of the bad acts of your customers?
Bad acts of my customers, of the customers. I wouldn't say that. That's why I wouldn't say bad acts of a customer. All right, because as a businessman, I try to treat every customer is always right. Oh wow, you're the customer. As a businessman, a customer is always right. So that's why we have an internal policy. Every customer that files a card complaint gets re-rated, get refunded to make that customer whole. Now, in October of 2022, observing that, wow, I'm getting complaints because customers are saying, some of the customers are saying, oh yes, I signed the contract out the door, I did not know what I was doing, or the program was not well explained to me. So now we want to, that's why I said, okay, though it's not a strict requirement, I will invest in this TPV 360 system, all right, to make sure a customer, goes through 21 questions and they have to read by themselves, all right, electronically get their welcome kits, their electronic wet signature contract with a sign right on their phone that remains on their phone, and also the paper copy they're given at the door. All right. So I created, I'll basically say, it's like the customer gets a paper contract signed at the door, an electronic contract that they get sent to their phone, a welcome kit that they get sent to their phone. We also send the customer a welcome kit by mail. A customer also gets a copy of the 21 question that they answered. All right, and on the portal as well, we make sure the customer provides their ID that is snapped. I take a picture of that, so as the customer can also, in the future, a year later down the line, 5 years later down the line, the customer can also say, hey, I never did this. So we'll have more than enough evidence to say, hey, here you go, you did this, you did this, you did this, you did this. Even if they even complain 5 years down the line or something like that, we will still, since our internal policy to re-read the customer, we will re-read the customer because we just want to make the customer whole, regardless if we are right. All right, so I would say Sunsea is doing its best in protecting itself.
All right, Mr. Adigwe. Well, yesterday I seemed to hear that TPV was to protect the customers as part of cleaning up your act and making your process more robust and stronger. Today I'm hearing you tell me it was to protect you from customers who say, I changed my mind, you didn't provide me this. All these things, litany of things you just went through. And I don't think it's protecting either, you or the customers. Here we go again.
I would say it's protecting both the customer.
Let me move on. I want to talk to you about your pay structure. I heard it mentioned today about $100 per sign up by your marketer. Could you tell me what that is?
It varies. Depending on the contract negotiated by the third-party marketer selling that will be selling Sunsea's energy products. Sometimes it's as high as $300 a customer.
So, do you think there's any tie between these poor performing marketers that are provided by these contract companies to you and the incentive? In other words, is there an incentive to pump these things through no matter how flawed they are and regardless of the consumer protections instilled in law and memorialized in our regulations? They just pump them through to collect $100.
We don't want that.
Neither do we. Neither is our law.
Correct.
But could there be a tie? Have you investigated that to say, hey, my hiring practices and my pay structure are providing me a bad outcome?
I do agree with your statement, but we look at when a marketing organization might have, let's say, 100 agents out there, all right, selling Sunsea Energy's products. If we getting complaints from about, let's say, 5 of that 100, we discontinue those agents' access. All right, there must be something wrong here. All right, so we have a process before we make that final determination. All right, so that's pretty much it. But this is how the marketing company makes their living, and we just want quality consumers. That's all.
All right, well, I got one more line of question. Should be short. I got to tell you, I'm taken aback that a few months after we issued a very large civil penalty for $400,000, we have the same litany of complaints before us. And I'm going to take you back a little bit to a piece out of the previous order, the sanctioning order for the civil penalty. And it's testimony of Mr. Kevin Mosier of our staff, our technical staff.
CAD.
And Mr. Mosier.
Oh, sorry, OPC.
I'm sorry?
No, go ahead.
Mr. Mosier asserts that there was no contracts provided, and that this is a false and misleading statement, as Maryland law requires a contract. He further testified that Sunsea's website contained a statement, quote, "Yes, competitive rates," end quote. That's from your contract, your statement on your website. He asserted this statement was misleading because Sunsea charges rates ranging from 12.92 cents to 18.99 cents per kilowatt hour in comparison to the SOS rate, which for all utilities is less than 8 cents per kilowatt hour. Mr. Moser concluded that Sunsea's behavior demonstrated a willful disregard with respect to any number of consumer protection laws, and he recommended a certain amount of a civil penalty. So he said that was deceptive, and you still have marketing agents out in the field, if I understood the testimony over the last few days, telling people they can save them money.
There is nothing in our training.
Explain that. Why is that still going on?
There is nothing in our training that we give to an agent that tells them that they are allowed to make such a statement. And we do not offer savings. We do not offer competitive rates. All right, so there is nothing in our training. So to be frank with you, Sunsea is not out there when the agent was making the sale. All right. Now, when we interview the agent, when we get to see a card complaint and so on in regards to such nature, the agent denies, or the agent basically says, "No, I did not do that." Okay. We retrain such an agent and let him know, hey, according to common rules, you cannot do that. All right. We make the customer whole by issuing the customer if they got billed by Sunsea, we make the customer whole by issuing the customer a real rate, and we hope that's case closed on that.
Does your
complaint.
website still say you have competitive rates?
Our agents are not allowed to say competitive rates. That's not in our training manual. We don't offer competitive rates, and that's not on our site. That's not on our website.
It's not on your website anymore.
Correct.
Okay. When did you take that down?
Are you referring to where it says about us on our website, sunseaenergy.com?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you said.
Are you referring to where it says on our website where it says about us?
I'm asking you when you took down the statement, competitive rates, yes.
I would say February of 2023.
Just since this complaint's been filed.
it only came to our attention when we saw the complaint that was filed. The last complaint in 2022, in 2020, it was brought to our attention that, hey, our site has what's it called, no contracts, no contract, no sign up fees, no contract on the first page. So when they brought that to our attention, we took that out. All right, because a month-to-month variable rate is considered a contract.
But you still need a contract for Maryland law, right?
Yes.
But you say no contract.
Yeah, that was in 2020. You guys brought that to my attention, and I did the necessary fixes.
Mr. Chairman, I got a pretty clear picture, I think. That's all I need to ask. I appreciate the indulgence of the commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioner Linton.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and my colleagues and all of the parties there. I apologize for not being in the room. But Mr. Adigwe, good afternoon to you. I have a few questions for you in light of the many that you've already received this afternoon. Are you able to hear me? Is everybody?
Yes, thank you very much, sir.
Okay, good. First, I'd like to reference the CAD exhibit number 1, which is the original petition that was filed by the CAD division, which highlighted the complaints that were investigated by the commission, received by the commission and investigated. I wanted to make sure we had a clear status as to where we are with those now. So you testified earlier that you are not appealing any of those cases within the commission's process or elsewhere. Is that still correct?
Yeah. 1 second. I'm trying to locate the actual complaint. Is this card exhibit what? 1?
1. Yeah. So that's the complaints that are the subject of this.
Yes. Got it. Yes. Mm-hmm.
So for any of those cases, you don't have any of those pending further review within the commission or filed as appeal and elsewhere in another jurisdiction?
We don't have these pending in other jurisdiction?
For another court?
Oh, no, we don't have this pending in any other jurisdiction except the state of Maryland.
Okay, so have all of these customers that are the subject of the complaint from CAD, are all of those cases, have all those customers been refunded?
Yes.
Okay, so they've either been re-rated or refunded. Have they been returned to the utility supply?
Actually, I gotta check. I gotta check the record. I gotta check the record if they've been refunded. If they've not, it's our policy. But I believe they should have been refunded. Yes.
Okay. Are you aware as to whether or not they've all been returned to the
SOS?
Utilities SOS?
Yes.
Okay, so from your perspective, as of right now, with the exception of this proceeding, is there any additional action that Sunsea needs to take with regard to the cases that are in the CAD 1 exhibit?
I would say we would like to hear from CAD. Our lawyer took the initiative of sending him our new enrollment process, the contract and so on. Let him at least give us a blessing and say, yes, this is approved, this is good. If you have any problem in any of the wording in the terms and conditions or so on, bring it to our attention. All right, we are humans. Humans make mistake. All right, if we would like to get response.
Okay, so you're expecting a response from the Consumer Affairs Division on some of the cases. Is that because you've appealed them, or have you said to them that you need a response for some reason? Are any of these cases still open? We'll say it like that.
No, we send them a compliance report or something like that. We send them our new enrollment template. I say, hey, can you give your approval on this contract? Can you give your approval on the electronic verification process, which we're making all our new customers go through. If there is anything you see that you want change, please bring it to our attention so that we can work with you. We want to work with CAD in making sure our process is tight, all right, so that we are not exposed to future contracts discrepancies, for example.
Okay, so all right, so that's in response to cases going forward and contracts that you look to enter in with consumers in the future. I'm specifically talking about the ones that are the subject of this complaint, of the case we're talking about today. The 40, I believe it was 46 or 47, I don't have the exhibit in front of me, but I believe it was 47
41
complaints that the commission received and investigated. I'm trying to make sure that we understand and have on the record the status of those cases. Is there anything more that Sunsea needs to do for those cases? Not looking at what might happen in the future or what the future contracts might look like, just for those 47. Do you have to refund anybody? Is there some SOS transition that has to happen so the customers are still with you receiving service?
None of those customers is receiving service from Sunsea. They've all been returned to SOS and made whole by being offered a re-rate and a refund check mailed.
I'm sorry, you said they are still receiving service or not?
No, they're not receiving service.
Okay. Okay, so as of right now, the 46 customers that are the subject of the petition are currently with the utility supply, SOS.
I believe so. If not, they're probably with another competitor. That's the consumers. Yes, I would say, yeah. To my belief, they should be with the utility.
Okay, so they're either with the SOS or with another supplier. But
correct. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, and you've already said that if you had to do so, or if it was appropriate, you've already refunded all of them.
Yes.
Okay. And so, as of right now, then, from your perspective, there isn't an additional action that Sunsea needs to take with these customers.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So thank you. Let's go to the next type of customer. You testified earlier that you didn't get the opportunity to resolve these disputes before they came to the commission because some number of them, and maybe all of them, I don't know, but some of them were sent directly to the commission from the utility.
For my compliance team investigation, majority of all the CAD complaints we receive when they reach out to the customer to actually, hey, I got this complaint from CAD, they've been able to observe that majority of this customer were directed to call and file a complaint because of the customer's conversation with the utility. It's the utility that directed them, hey, you need to call this number and file a complaint. They rarely is a customer told to call Sunsea. Maybe Sunsea will be able to undo the situation so that it does not get further escalated.
Okay, so we did hear some testimony we received testimony rather in some of the CAD exhibits suggesting that some customers attempted to reach your offices first and tried on multiple occasions to do so. And that would have been to either file a complaint with your office or to try and resolve their questions in some other manner. As you know, the Code of Maryland Regulations requires that any customer that wants to file a complaint with the commission first has to start with your office. So do you have an internal tracking process to keep track of the complaints that you receive that are just from regular customers, whether they've come from the commission or not?
Yes, but let's say if they called us, yes, we have an internal system. So once they get the call, it's logged in our EDI platform, telling us, wow, this customer called on so date. All right, to inquire, oh, this customer is filing will file a card complaint. This is the customer's query. We have an internal system. It's well documented in our EDI.
Okay, so during the complaint period in question here today, how many complaints did your company receive from customers that were not from the commission? Do you know that number offhand?
I don't know that number by heart. I don't know that number by heart. But I would say less than 10, but I don't know that number by heart. Can you hear us?
Commissioner, I believe you muted yourself.
Sorry, my phone has its own ID. I didn't hear the response.
I don't know that number by heart, but I believe less than 10 for the state of Maryland. Yes, but I don't know that number by heart.
Commissioner, did you hear the response?
I'm sorry, one more time.
Yes, I don't know that number by heart. I can't remember. I don't have those figures, but I would say less than 10.
Okay. All right. I did have one additional question. I know you've been asked a couple of questions already regarding Sunsea number 9, the contract that you submitted with your broker. Are you aware as to whether or not this broker is licensed here in Maryland?
No, I'm not aware.
Okay. This is the same company that you're using today for your marketing and outreach to consumers, door-to-door transactions?
We don't have any marketing company currently representing us in Maryland because of everything is post.
Okay. During the complaint period?
Yes, during the complaint period, yes.
Okay.
This is one of them.
All right. You were using the same broker?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned as part of your testimony that when they received, they had 5 individuals that were ready to move forward with marketing on behalf of the company, that you had a training program that they went through.
Yes.
At the conclusion of that training, and once they've started their marketing, is there a process later, at some point later, where you would have additional training or follow-up training?
We do follow-up training, all right, because sometimes an agent might be having an issue, all right, they might be having an issue, something that they might not understand something or how to present something better, so, they call us, we give them, we keep training these agents to get better in product presentation.
Okay, so these are trainings that are presented upon request from the broker?
Upon request from the broker, yes. And we, as a supplier, we can also request that at any time. If we get, let's say we get a customer service complaint and we locate the agent involved, yes, we call the agent. We reach out to the marketer. Hey, you have this agent available for at least sometimes we do it by Zoom. All right. We bring here goes one of the complaints we received from your customer. Elaborate. Okay, this is the issue you are having. All right. We now train them on that issue, and we ask them questions to feel comfortable. Because if we're not comfortable, we sometimes just terminate the agent and let the agent go. All right. But rarely do we do that. You can see an agent trying to make a living, and these are they pay their bills. All right. So we don't want to do that. If It's just a training issue.
Okay, so the trainings can occur then either when the broker requests it or if your offices receive complaints from consumers.
If we receive complaints from consumers, yes. If we receive complaints from consumers, and sometimes, you understand, let's say, okay, my head of marketing is coming into town to train 5 agents, all right, 5 new recruits. We request sometimes, hey, make your full staff available as well, all right, so that we can interact, role play, ask some questions, you understand, so we can also get some feedback.
All right, so there isn't a training schedule or cycle that Sunsea directs the marketing company to send their customers to, or their employees to. So, for example, after the first training,
correct.
3 months later, there's another training, a continuing training that has to happen.
Commissioner Linton, you're being asked to get a little closer to the microphone. It's beginning to fade.
Sorry.
Okay.
It's going to be bigger on the screen. I hope you're okay.
There we go. That looks good.
So I just wanted to be clear that the trainings happen when the broker requests it, or when there is a complaint received by Sunsea.
Yes. Yes, but we do, you understand, sometimes we give, we schedule trainings sometimes. We schedule trainings based on availability. Because we like to, at least my marketing team likes to meet the marketing firm at least twice a month.
Is that with all of the marketing agents, or just with a select few, or who comes in for the training?
If we have a new, if there is new recruits, all right, the new recruit definitely have to be there, because that's going to, their training class might take 8 hours, all right. But if we come into town to train those new recruits, we also request to also see every other marketers, which we might spend at least maybe 1 hour with them early in the morning, maybe from 9 to 10. Ask questions, do role play, basically interact with the agent going out there representing us.
Okay. Who delivers the training? Is it a Sunsea employee or someone else?
Yes, we have a Sunsea employee that does that.
Okay. All right. That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners, and Mr. Deatley.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Linton. At this point, we'll have redirect questions based on the Commissioner's questioning. If you have questions, please name and cite to the Commissioner's question before asking your question of the witness. We'll begin with Mr. Tomlinson.
Mr. Digwe, in response to Commissioner O'Donnell's question, you stated that Sunsea is currently operating in 5 states. Is that correct?
Yes.
Could you name or repeat, if you already said it, those states, please?
DC, Ohio, MD, New York, and New Jersey.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Wilson.
No questions from staff.
Mr. Shu.
No questions from OPC.
Counsel for Sunsea.
I have some questions.
Please.
How are you doing, Mr. Digway?
I'm good, I'm good.
Is your throat okay? You've been up there for a long time. I don't want to keep you there very much longer, but I think there's some matters that we should put on the record. I'll try to be as brief as I can.
Yeah, sure.
Commissioner Stanik's questioning of you today allowed us all to learn a bit more about you and your business operations. You're a very busy man, would you agree?
Yes, I am.
And you've taken 2 days out to come down here today, and I'm sure we all appreciate that.
Thank you.
We learned through Commissioner Stanik's questioning of you that Sunsea is just one of many companies that you own.
Correct, yes. Mm-hmm.
And that all of those companies put together amount to something like a $400 million business empire. Is that correct?
Yeah, sure. Even more.
And we also learned that you...
If I could interrupt, the Empire is not 400 million, is it, Mr. Dewey?
The Empire?
Your Empire.
Rough estimate? Yes, more than.
In response to my questioning, you stated that Easy Sales and Marketing's revenue was 400 million.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Mr. Moynihan just said, referred to your entire business empire as 400 million. We still don't know the number of businesses that you have, and you don't have that number available for us. Is that correct?
Correct.
So can you estimate, to give Mr. Moynihan an accurate answer, what is the value of the empire? It's much greater than 400 million.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a
Personally, yes.
What personally?
Yeah, I would just keep it as estimate greater than 400 million, yes. That's good.
Greater than 400 million?
Yes.
Okay, but just to be clear, 400 million only represents one of your companies in the empire.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So do you care to?
That's why I'm saying greater.
Do you care to give us the greater number?
I think if Mr. Dewey doesn't want
That has
answer
to be
I don't
done, but you know, I have to sit with my accounting firm and everything. I don't know those numbers by heart.
Okay, Mr. Moynihan.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So the entire business empire is somewhere north of 400 million.
Yes, thank you.
It's a big business empire, and you also mentioned that you are responsible for the livelihoods of over 2,000 people, whether direct employees or independent
indirect,
contractors.
yes.
Okay. You were asked a lot of questions by Commissioner Stanek on exactly how many people you have working for you at Sunsea, whether as direct employees or independent contractors or otherwise, and what their duties and roles were, which offices they sat in. Would you agree that Sunsea's Maryland operations represent a relatively small amount of your overall business portfolio?
Before May of 2022, I had 0 customer in Maryland. None.
And you didn't have any personnel records in front of you, and you're answering those questions. You made attempts to answer them as best you could.
Correct.
Now, you did say that of those over 2,000 people who report to you, they don't report directly to you. Is that correct?
Oh, no.
Of course not. You have other people who work for you, and they report to them.
Correct.
Now, presumably, those people, if they were here today, they would be able to answer those questions with more particularity. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. Can you take a look at Exhibit BE2, Bench Exhibit 2? You don't need to take a look at it. It's your own office. I'm sure you know what it looks like.
Yes.
Tell me again, what was the name of the town this office is in?
This is in Collindale, Pennsylvania.
And do you live near that town?
Do I live near that town? I'm a Pennsylvania resident, yes.
Okay. You haven't always been a Pennsylvania resident, right?
I've been a Pennsylvania resident all my life.
Where are you originally from?
Me? I'm originally from? I'm a Nigerian.
And when did you move to the United States?
I was 17.
You were 17. And Commissioner Stanek also established that earlier on in your career, you were a marketing agent. You were the person knocking on doors, correct?
In this industry, I ran a marketing firm by the name Easy Sales and Marketing. All right.
And you still run that marketing firm?
Yes, it still exists. It's not going nowhere.
And this is one of several offices of several companies that you have.
Correct, yes.
And you sometimes work out of this office?
Yes, yes.
And would it be accurate to say
considered
that
one of my satellite offices, yes.
when you work out of this office, you might do some work for Easy Sales and Marketing? You might also
So by
do
other
some-
businesses, yes.
Okay. All right. I can't help but noticing in this picture on the window of that office there, you have a sign that says now hiring. Commissioner O'Donnell asked you about your recruitment process as well. Are some of your agents members of the community in the place where your office is located?
Yeah, this is for local people in the. This is the suburb of Philly. This is this another county. This is Delaware County actually. All right. This is for the locals. Yes.
And you are trying to create employment opportunities for the people in the community where you work?
Correct.
So would it be fair to say that you care about the livelihoods of the over 2,000 people who you're responsible for?
Yes.
Now, you also mentioned the many reforms that Sunsea has done to bring it into full compliance with Maryland rules, and as you described it, to protect Sunsea from regulatory action. Are you also concerned about the customers in Maryland and protecting them from agents who might lie to them?
Yes.
You mentioned that you want to be able to sleep at night. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes. I don't want to keep getting dragged from one legal issue to the other. No, I don't want to keep going through that.
You testified that last year, after a customer has been signed up, that...
Objection, Your Honor. These are not in response to Commissioner's questions.
Mr. Moynihan, is this in response
It
to
is
my
in
question?
response to your question,
Okay,
yes.
let's hear it.
Okay. You testified in response to Commissioner Stanik's question that after a customer is signed up last year, that you would call the customer to ensure that they had done so voluntarily, and you further testified that you're only successful in reaching them in about 40% of cases, correct?
Yes.
I don't recall that testimony. That was not my question.
That was his testimony in response to a question that you asked him today.
Okay, next question.
You testified also that if you were not successful in reaching them, that you would run their phone number through a database to establish that was who they were.
Yeah, their phone number, their name, and the address.
Okay, that was what you did last year.
I still have a QC team that does that in every state. We check everything. All right, because we believe if something is fraudulent, all right, at least the customer's phone number will be incorrect. All right, the address will be incorrect. The email address will be incorrect. You understand? So we check all the stuff.
And what happens if it's incorrect?
Oh, the QC, my head of QC has the right to terminate and cancel that enrollment right away.
Commissioner Stanek asked you a question about a particular contract with a 3-day rescission period shown on it, where BGE service was terminated the following day, or your service was commenced the following day. If your service was commenced the following day, and the customer chose to terminate, to exercise that rescission right, would they have to pay a termination fee?
No, but for me to elaborate on that more, the service didn't start the following day. BGE mailed the customer the following day that, hey, here goes confirmation. We received a request from Sunsea to switch your service to them. All right, but your active start date will be, let's say, 9/3/2020, 9/3/2022.
Okay, if the customer incurred any cost as a result of service commencing immediately, would that be refunded to them?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Stanek asked you about Section 4 of your current contract, which is Sunsea 4. It was Section 5. The document is Sunsea 4.
Is it this one?
Does it say Sunsea 4?
Okay, it was crossed to 7. Oh yeah, got it. Yes.
All right, so if you flip to page 3, you were asked about Section 5.
Yes, thank you.
You were asked about giving 30 days written notice before you can terminate. Just to clarify, you didn't draft this yourself, did you, Mr. Digway?
No.
And you sent it to an external lawyer to have it verified that it was all in compliance with Maryland law, correct?
Yes. Also, the law firm also sent it to send it to the PSC.
That was
and
my
we
next
still don't know.
question.
Go ahead.
Did PSC tell you to take it out when it was sent to them?
No.
Okay. What is Sunsea's actual termination policy?
A customer can cancel at any time.
So it's not what's written here.
It's not what's written here.
Okay.
So they can cancel the next minute, the next second after an enrollment has been done. And we do get, my customer service team gets cancellation all the time of customers. Hey, I just signed up with you guys. I changed my mind. All right, can you please cancel my enrollment? And
Mr.
Right,
Digwe, this is the first time you acknowledge you have another law firm. You mentioned a contractor and some legal people, but this is the first time you mentioned you have a law firm. Who is that law firm?
For example, I have one here by name Philip Little. I don't understand. I don't have a law firm. We hire outside law firms.
Yes. What is the name of the outside law firm?
All right, we have Philip Little here. Yes, that's...
Mr. Moynihan, did Phillips Lytle prepare this terms and conditions?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Who is the law firm that prepared this terms and conditions?
No. Okay.
What is the name? Let me ask the question.
Go ahead.
What is the name of the law firm that provided legal counsel to create this terms of service?
My paralegal team. What is the name
What is the name of the law firm
that provided this?
that drafted these terms of service? You stated less than a minute ago that you had a law firm that prepared this. I would like to know what is the name of that law firm.
Okay, that's what you're saying. Okay, then I don't think I related I presented my answer the accurate way. All right, so can I present my answer the proper way?
Please.
Yes. All
Please,
right.
go ahead.
Can I answer that now?
Yes, please.
All right. As I stated, we have a paralegal that works with us in creating all our contracts to make sure it's compliant with the state, in each state. Once that is done, we send it to an outside counsel. For example, in this case, in this contract, actually this went to Thomas. All right, this contract.
Who is Thomas?
Thomas with Philip Little. Yeah. Can you?
Your Honor, Thomas Puckner is one of the attorneys at Phillips Lytle.
Okay, so just to be clear, Phillips Lytle did review this document?
Yes, and they did some adjustment to the document.
Okay, that's all I need. I wanted the name of the law firm.
Okay, and it was the same law firm that sent it to Mr. Pete Wilson at PSC for official approval.
Thank you.
That may have been my error. I wasn't aware of that. I'm sorry.
Yes, not a problem.
Can I get you to look at Sunsea 9? It's your door-to-door solicitation agreement.
Sunsea
9? Let me know when you have that.
Oh, got it. Yes.
Okay. Can you turn to page 6, please? This is in relation to a question from Commissioner O'Donnell regarding your hiring process.
Sure.
You'll see Clause 11, background checks, on page 5 of Sunsea 9.
Yes.
Page 5, Clause 11, background checks.
Mm-hmm.
So this clause requires your vendors to conduct background checks on the agents they use.
Correct, and they send it to us, yes.
And you enforce this clause, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, all right.
So this tend to disqualify a lot of people from even being able to sign up.
Can you look at CAD Exhibit 1, please?
CAD Exhibit
It's the CAD memo.
Yes, I'm here.
So Commissioner Linden asked you earlier the number of complaints that were still open. You didn't have this document in front of you at the time. Can you turn to page 3?
Yes, I'm there.
You'll see there, second sentence, 9 complaints were still open at the time of writing. Is that accurate at the time, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, yes. Based on this documentation, I believe so.
Okay, Commissioner Linden also asked you of the complaints that went to CAD, how many of those complaints came to you first? Yesterday your testimony was you weren't sure, but something less than 20%. Do you
Correct.
stand by
Yes,
that
I still stand by that, yes.
Okay. Can you look at Sunsea 3? It's the one about TPV 360.
Okay. Yes, I'm there.
So Commissioner Richards was asking you about your contract with the TPV vendor that supplies the service to you.
Mm-hmm.
Can you confirm that the items contained in this document, that these are the items that are included in the contract with that third-party service provider? This is what they contract to provide you with.
I cannot recall the full detail in the contract, all right? But these are the services rendered by this third-party vendor, and some of their services had to be developed. We had to place some special requests, which we actually paid for it, and it developed some additional stuff just to fit our needs. All right, like being able to, capture the customer's identification so that the customer in the future can deny, oh, that's not my.
Okay, so just to clarify, this TPV 360, this is a smartphone app that Sunsea had developed for them by this third party, and the third party provides the verification services that the app uses. Is that accurate?
TPV 360 is a third party verification company.
Okay.
All right. Observing the issues which I noticed that was coming out of the state, all right, by the sales agent representing Sunsea in the state. Yeah, I have marketing experience. You understand? So my job, all right, is to say, wow, no, this must stop. I don't want to. This is a major exposure that needs to stop. All right. We post marketing in October of 2022. All right. Reached out. We spoke to actually 90% of all third-party companies, and the one that we feel like does not meet what we want, cannot, protect us enough. No, we didn't sign up with them. So we met up with TPP 360. We were so happy that, based on our needs, they will be able to, develop an app, all right, and additional functions in their app that protect us and the consumer, all right.
Okay.
Mr. Moynihan, approximately how much more time do you need for your...
One more question, I'm done.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. My hope today is if we get through closing arguments by 4 o'clock, we won't need to come back tomorrow. But if we run beyond 4, we'll recess until tomorrow.
Okay. Sunsea 3, is this what you started using in January 2023?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Moynihan. We'll move to closing arguments. Mr. Tomlinson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Throughout this proceeding, no evidence was provided to dispute the fact that Sunsea received 41...
If I may say something, am I done here? Can I be excused?
Yes, Mr. Dewey, you may step down. You may leave. You're not dismissed, though, so just stay.
Oh, yeah, I'm still staying.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Tomlinson.
Throughout this proceeding, no evidence was provided to dispute the fact that Sunsea received 41 customer complaints from July 1st, 2022 through January 27th, 2023. 41 complaints in a 6-month period is unprecedented. During yesterday's hearing, CAD walked through and identified a number of clear and concerning COMAR violations, including defects in contracting practices and documents in violation of COMAR 205307 and COMAR 205907. Unauthorized enrollment of customers in violation of COMAR 20530705, 20590705, and COMAR 20530708C and 20590708C. Misconduct by agents in violation of COMAR 20530708C and COMAR 20590708C, and inaccessibility of customer service representatives in violation of COMAR 20320103. Both COMAR and the Public Utilities article provide the Commission authority to impose a civil penalty or other remedy on a supplier for committing fraud, engaging in deceptive practices, switching the electricity supply for a customer without first obtaining that customer's permission, and violating a Commission regulation or order. Sunsea improperly claims to demonstrate a track record of compliance when all the evidence shows are reactive measures taken following Commission intervention and action. Sunsea provided inconsistent testimony and evidence that demonstrates an inability to operate pursuant to MD law and regulations. Sunsea's suggested current compliance and safeguards do not excuse or grant immunity to Sunsea for the complaints received during the complaint period that led to the initiation of this proceeding. Rather, pursuant to PUA 7507 L3, Roman numeral 3, the good faith of the electricity supplier in attempting to achieve compliance after notification of the violation is one factor to be considered by the Commission in determination of the amount of any civil penalty. CAD has provided the Commission with sufficient evidence to support the CAD memo allegations of violations, and the Commission has just cause to send this matter to further evidentiary proceedings before a public utility law judge to determine the full scope of violation and subject Sunsea to any of the penalties, revocations, suspensions authorized in PUA, in addition to the interim protections outlined in the Notice of Probable Cause.
Thank you. Mr. Wilson.
Very briefly, thank you, Chairman. We had round one of Sunsea, case number 9647, concerning telemarketing violations. Sunsea blamed overseas vendors and sales agents, and he blamed the customers themselves, who they referred to as liars. The Commission correctly held Sunsea responsible. Now we have round two, in which Sunsea has returned to door-to-door marketing, and it resulted in a virtual explosion of complaints that are remarkably similar to the telemarketing complaints that we had in round one. And again, Sunsea is blaming others. This time, in addition to agents and customers, Sunsea blames CAD, OPC, staff, and, to my surprise, even me. The Commission and Maryland courts have held in past cases it is the company that is responsible for its marketing and non-compliant contracts. Not CAD, not OPC, not staff, not the Commission, not the customers. It's the company, and here the company is Sunsea. The Commission should hold Sunsea responsible for its violations of Maryland consumer law as demonstrated by the evidence, and impose such penalties that it determines to be equitable and just.
Thank you, Mr. Shu.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners,
Over the course of this hearing, you've heard Mr. Yezel detail the wholly fraudulent way that Sunsea agents enrolled him. You've heard Ms. Bolton detail the wide pattern of customers saying that they never agreed to anything with Sunsea, that they don't know what Sunsea is, that they never signed anything from Sunsea, and widespread allegations of misrepresentations by Sunsea agents. And you've heard Mr. Adigwe testify that Sunsea doesn't have any records of agent investigations to provide to OPC or the Commission, that it doesn't know exactly how many agents they fired, that the agents don't leave blank copies of their forms with customers. But if you look through the wet signature documents in the CAD complaints, you'll see that the notice of cancellation left with the customer, supposedly left with the customers, is routinely left blank in violation of the Maryland Door-to-Door Sales Act, which is important because it informs the customer when they can cancel the contract by, and without it, customers will be left guessing as to, well, can I still cancel the contract? Similarly, customers are left guessing as to what rate they're paying when the customer receives a contract that supposedly receives a contract at the door that has one rate, and then gets another contract summary of an entirely different rate in the mail or email. Odds are there are also other similarly situated customers in Maryland that have not yet been identified, aside from the ones in the complaints, because those customers have not filed an actual complaint with CAD. But as we've seen, not every customer even knows that they're with Sunsea, or let alone that they can call the Commission for help. Those customers deserve compensation as well. After being sanctioned once already by this Commission, one would think that Sunsea would significantly clean up its act. Instead, Sunsea can't even do the bare minimum of having its own training manual adhere to Maryland law. As this Commission has seen at this hearing and in the pre-filed evidence and comments, Sunsea and its agents have violated the consumer protections contained in the Public Utilities article in Comar by slamming customers, committing misrepresentations, and failing to obey the Maryland Door-to-Door Sales Act. As a result, OPC reiterates its motion and asks the Commission to delegate it to a PULJ purely to determine remedies. Thank you.
Thank you, Counsel for Sunsea.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sunsea renews its motion made yesterday that the CAD memo be dismissed for the reasons mentioned in the argument on that motion yesterday. In the event the Commission denies this motion, Sunsea requests that the Commission deny OPC's motion for a moratorium and immediate suspension of Sunsea's licensing, and also deny OPC's request for an escrow. Sunsea moves to strike these interim remedies from this proceeding. With respect to the moratorium and immediate suspension, it is undisputed that Sunsea voluntarily changed its practices during the complaint period before the CAD memo was filed. It's undisputed that Sunsea adopted the enhanced safeguards during the complaint period. Yesterday, Ms. Bolton testified that she testified about the gold standard in consumer protections that CAD would like energy suppliers to follow in this state. One of those she mentioned, for instance, was simultaneous digital enrollment. There is no dispute that Sunsea's enhanced safeguards include the gold standard protections Ms. Bolton testified about yesterday, plus many more, with a total of at least 21 slamming prevention checkpoints where the enrollment will be terminated if an affirmative answer is not provided. It is undisputed that Sunsea adopted those practices during the complaint period in January when it recommenced marketing. It's also undisputed that all of the facts that were discussed yesterday occurred prior to Sunsea voluntarily suspending its marketing in October of 2022. And it's also undisputed that Sunsea's enhanced safeguards include CAD's gold standard that Ms. Bolton testified to yesterday. Imposing a moratorium and suspending Sunsea's license now is the equivalent of saying that Sunsea should not be allowed to do the very things that CAD testified are the gold standard in consumer protections in Maryland. The enhanced safeguards include what CAD wants suppliers to be doing in this state. There's also no dispute that after Sunsea voluntarily adopted those enhanced safeguards, there were 0 complaints that resulted from 1,000 enrollments after adopting those safeguards. So Sunsea moves to strike the interim remedy of the moratorium, proposed moratorium, and suspension of its license based on the fact that it voluntarily undertook these measures that provide robust protections for Maryland consumers going forward. With respect to the escrow interim request, Sunsea requests that this relief be denied and that be struck from this proceeding. There was no evidence submitted showing the need for Sunsea to deposit Maryland revenue into an escrow. This would be essentially the same as freezing Sunsea's assets, which is a drastic remedy. The evidence is that Sunsea has always refunded or re-rated when it receives complaints and when it is ordered to do so by the Commission. Sunsea paid a $400,000 fine earlier in this proceeding. No one submitted evidence demonstrating a risk that Sunsea would not be able to pay any further refunds. And further, even if there was such a risk, which there isn't, Sunsea's license requires it to post bonds which secure payments that are required by the Commission in the future. There's $500,000 in bonds posted. But in any event, Sunsea has a track record of complying with this Commission's requests for refunds and has always paid. Finally, should the Commission deny Sunsea's motion to strike these interim measures and proceeds to order these interim remedies, Sunsea moves that the Commission would exercise its equitable power and stay this relief pending appeal, particularly given Sunsea's voluntary adoption of the enhanced safeguards which meet CAD's gold standard. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Roscoe. On your last point, pending appeal, appeal to whom?
Appeal of the
Appeal of what and appeal to whom? I guess it's a two-part question.
If the Commission denies Sunsea's motion to dismiss and sends this to a administrative law judge, the appeal I'm referring to is the appeal of that final decision.
I understand. As the motions commissioner on this panel, I'll rule on your motions. The Commission will then adjourn briefly, deliberate, and then return a verdict today. So that's the process. You made a number of motions. I was trying to keep up with you. What's your first one?
That was renewing the motion to dismiss from
earlier. That motion is denied. We've received a tremendous amount of evidence over the past 2 days. I think that motion is denied. What's the next motion?
The next motion was a motion to strike the request for moratorium and suspension of the license as interim measures.
I'm going to deny that motion. When the commissioners retire, they will consider any remedies if necessary. The Commission will make that decision.
Okay. The third part of that was the motion to strike the escrow request, and I assume that has the same answer that you just...
That motion is also denied for the same reasons. The full Commission will make a determination on that. All right. At this point, the Commission will adjourn until... Not adjourn. We'll take a recess until 4:30 this afternoon. We're in recess. We are back on the record in case number 9647 in the matter of Sunsea Energy LLC, concluding our two-day probable cause hearing. The burden of proof in this matter was placed on the moving party, in this case, Counsel for Consumer Affairs Division. In this type of a probable cause hearing, the commissioners are called upon to weigh the evidence that's been introduced into the record, to evaluate the live testimony of the three witnesses that were tendered, and to make determinations. This isn't the first opportunity that this commission has had to review Sunsea Energy as well as its witness, its president, Mr. Jacob Adigwe. In evaluating the testimony of the witnesses, I found Ms. Bolton's testimony to be quite credible. As the director of the Consumer Affairs Division, she has the expertise and experience to evaluate retail energy supply complaints. Her testimony was accurate and candid. I also credit the testimony of Mr. Seth Yeasel, the private citizen who took time to testify in this case regarding his experience with a door-to-door sales agent of Sunsea Energy. I do not credit the testimony of Mr. Jacob Adigwe. I found many of his responses to either be evasive, incoherent, confusing at times, and inconsistent at best. To hear an executive who owns so many companies that we don't know how many, after hearing the testimony of the witness, is concerning. Similar to Mr. Adigwe's earlier testimony several years ago, he takes no personal responsibility for the experiences of his customers. His testimony was more about himself, how he wants to sleep well at night, how he doesn't want to be exposed. I don't want any exposure as a businessman. I need to protect my organization. The fact that we saw evidence of easy sales marketing, which apparently is co-located with Sunsea Energy, and there's 310 employees located in a storefront in Pennsylvania, is hard to fathom in its totality. We received into evidence 6 items from the Consumer Affairs Division, consisting of 5 complaints of individuals, one of whom we received live testimony. All of the complaints had inconsistencies, as we've discovered over the past 2 days. Inconsistencies in price, inconsistencies in the practice of when a rescission period will begin. Violations of COMAR were noted. And I give Sunsea credit in the fact that they largely, in the case in chief, did not attempt to rebut the allegations in the Consumer Affairs Division complaint. I agree with Mr. Tomlinson that little evidence was provided to dispute the allegations that were presented in the January complaint. Instead, the Sunsea position was centered around its recent adoption of these enhanced safeguards, TPV 360, and all these more gold standard procedures that have been put into effect since January. And it is notable that we have record evidence that no complaints have been filed since these enhanced procedures have been taken into effect. Although the period review that we were looking at here was just shy of 7 months, Sunsea did cause for 41 complaints to be filed with the Commission's Consumer Affairs Division. That is a shocking number in such a short amount of time. In the second and third quarters of last year, they were either the highest, the supplier with the highest number of complaints, or the second highest number of complaints. That is nothing to be proud of. And it gives this commission no assurance that Mr. Digwe has the fitness to operate a retail energy supply company. The Commission finds, and this will be detailed in an order that will be issued subsequent. The Commission finds that pursuant to COMAR, as embodied in the staff complaint, defects in contracting practices and documents. This is Title 20, Subtitle 53, Chapter 7. The Commission finds unauthorized enrollments of customers, otherwise known as slamming, pursuant to Title 20, COMAR Title 20, Subtitles 53 and 59. The Commission finds misconduct by agents of Sunsea employees pursuant to COMAR Title 20, Subtitles 53 and 59. The Commission also finds inaccessibility of Sunsea's customer service representatives pursuant to Title COMAR Title 20, Subtitle 32. Finally, the Commission finds that other unfair and deceptive marketing and trade practices do exist pursuant to COMAR Title 20, Subtitle 53 and 59, and relevant sections of the Public Utilities article. These are serious violations. In totality, the Commission recognizes it only received and reviewed 5 of these complaints that were filed in this short amount of time. Customers need to be protected. We heard yesterday Mr. Yeasel stated that he felt violated when he saw a contract with a forged signature on it from a representative of Sunsea who signed up other customers. And yes, she was ultimately fired, this agent, but not before causing a significant amount of harm. And the harm continues. And I have no confidence, based on the testimony of Mr. Digwe, that its training practices have improved substantially since his last testimony before this commission in 2001. Facial violations of its documentation continue to exist, as we saw in the new contract, which is Sunsea Exhibit number 4. For these reasons, the Commission today is going to immediately suspend Sunsea's license to provide electricity or electricity supply services and gas or gas supply services, and immediately means effective 5 p.m. this afternoon. The Commission will direct Sunsea to return all of its current customers to their utility standard offer service or default service by no later than 5 p.m. on this coming Monday, April 10th, 2023. Again, I emphasize all customers are to be returned to SOS, and the commission will waive any noticing requirements of COMAR to provide those customers with advance notice. So Sunsea should get that done by Monday at the latest. Sunsea is to cease marketing activities and halt enrollments to protect future customers. So if that's not self-evident in the returning of all customers, there's to be no marketing of any customers in the state of Maryland. Going forward. Additionally, currently Sunsea has 2 bonds with the commission, surety bonds, in the amount of $250,000 each, one for gas and one for electric. Sunsea has 10 business days to double those bonds, to increase them to $500,000 for gas and $500,000 for electric. That would be a total bond of $1 million. Again, the commission will need evidence of that by April 20th, 10 business days from today. That's to be filed with the commission. For the purposes of possible revocation of the license, along with any civil monetary penalties and any potential refunds to customers, the commission will direct a public utility law judge to engage in an expedited evidentiary hearing. Parties will be allowed to sponsor witnesses, cross-examine witnesses as well. In the course of that hearing, we'll be issuing a delegated letter order, likely by the end of the week. Well, tomorrow's Friday, or early next week, delegating this matter to a public utility law judge. OPC made a number of requests, as they have been known to do so, with respect to the evidentiary hearing that will be coming up. The Commission grants OPC's request to use the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure for requests for admissions. With respect to OPC's second request to have the party seeking to bring an expert witness make a showing that one is necessary, that request is denied. The public utility law judge will have the authority to make that ruling. OPC's third request to allow virtual witnesses to appear is granted. The judge will be directed to have those witnesses appear if you could find them. Although the commission, if I cannot stress enough, found the testimony of Mr. Yeasel very compelling, so to the extent that live witnesses can be brought into the hearing room on the 19th floor, parties should endeavor to have live witnesses. OPC's fourth and final request was to produce each of the sales agents that signed up these door knockers. That request is denied to compel their appearance. However, this matter could be raised before the public utility law judge, requesting the subpoena compel appearance of those parties. I cannot, again, begin to emphasize the level of violations that the parties and the commissioners found on their own throughout the course of the past 2 days that required the commission to take these relatively drastic measures, short of imposing another substantial civil monetary penalty and the ultimate penalty, which is the revocation of the Sunsea license, which may very well be a possibility depending on how this case proceeds. But this case now has been docketed since 2020, and we're going into the third or fourth year, and I would expect that the public utility law judge move in an expeditious manner to bring this case to resolution. This hearing is adjourned.